The regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:01 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person at a limited capacity via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. Roll call. Dr. Garcia, please proceed with roll call.
Good morning, Trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman.
Here.
Trustee Perez. Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present. And if I could have our new student trustee, Isaac Zarko, who we will get to meet in a few moments, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd be thrilled. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so very much. And student trustee, this is the swearing in part. And Isaac Zarko, at this time, I'd like to welcome Isaac Zarko and ask you to please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. And I don't seem to have a copy of the oath, I'm sorry. Unless it's the first, no? Oh, it's here, okay. Let me do it this way. I've never had it done that way before. That's okay. It's something new. Okay. So here we go. At this time, I'd like to welcome Isaac Zarko, and you're already standing and raise your right hand, and Trustee Gonzalez is going to take pictures. So if you would, I, and then state your name, do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And to the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
As I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And I will well and thankfully.
Oh, faithfully.
Faithfully.
Discharge the duties.
Discharge the duties.
Upon which I am about to enter.
Upon which I am about to enter.
Okay, and congratulations, and may I welcome you, and I know that all of the trustees here welcome you, and we're going to look eagerly to getting to know you, and we hope you'll participate very actively. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, let me get that back in there so I don't get lost. Okay. And that brings us down to 2.01, the board meeting agenda. Pursuant to the Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. And it sounds like we went underwater there. Did we go under? Okay. Confirmation of the agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for June 15th, 2023?
Chair Stefan, I would like to make a motion that we amend the action item and post action items 16.01, 02, and 03 until the interim president has been hired.
02 and 03.
1601, 02, and 03.
1601, 1602.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to amend action items 16.01, 16.02, and 16.03, which, okay, would you like to, it's been moved and seconded, so would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, we've got a lot of contracts on here, personnel contract renewals, and I believe it would be appropriate for the new incoming interim president to be involved in bringing these forward.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to speak against these motions at this time?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I actually would be opposed, and reason being is that from looking at some of the names here, I think it would be beneficial to have the input of the current president, if there were any questions regarding any of the contracts.
Okay,
I'm sorry, there was a part I missed there. You said of the current, what?
That there may be questions that we may have as trustees, and who better to answer our questions than the acting president before her departure. So that is my concern, that if we hold these, then there may be questions that may not be able to be answered because there will be an interim that is not familiar with some of these folks here.
And I do recognize we will have the current president with us for
Come on.
till the end of the month, so I'm sure there could be some collaboration that could take place between
Okay.
the incoming president.
I don't agree, but
I think we can do both.
okay, would anybody else like to give input on this important decision on whether to amend by postponing these two until the incoming president has, or the incoming interim president has had a chance to be here and also give her input? Seeing no further discussion, we need to take a vote. I'm looking up because we have, unfortunately, our president, the board, the superintendent president, Dr. Garcia, is on Zoom. So if we could take a vote now, please.
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Yes,
trustee Gonzalez,
no.
trustee Stefan,
I'm going to vote yes. I think it would be prudent to wait and
Motion-
ask for
motion
additional comments
carries.
later. Okay, so with that, those items will be withheld until the incoming interim president is able to be here.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, can you?
Yes.
Can you state the items, please?
The items were 16.01, 16.02, and 16.03. Okay, are there any other additions, corrections, deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved as presented, or excuse me, as amended. Public comments, 3.01, request for to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 23.01 of today's agenda. Is there anyone that has requested the opportunity to speak?
Yes, Chair Stefan, we have one individual who would like to speak in person today on agenda item 12.11, and that is Mary Lou Marujo.
During the discussion of the approval of the amendment to the WRNS studio agreement for the Palm Springs Development Project, B. Gonzalez stated, I have a feeling that this project is going to be way, way over budget. This was shortly before she voted against approving the amendment. But less than 30 minutes later, B said, for me, the right decision will always depend on data, but because it doesn't lie. So which is it, B? Do you make decisions based on your feelings, or do you make decisions based on data? Apparently, it's whichever suits your impetuous behavior at the time. At the last meeting, Ruben asked, why does this project keep getting more expensive? One very big factor as to why the construction cost of the Palm Springs project continues to grow is because of the delays that have occurred since B. Ruben Aurora hired Martha. Let's review the data. According to the enrollment by zip code presentation at the last meeting, in Desert Hot Springs and Cathedral City combined, there are 3,549 students. In Coachella, there are 2,025 students. Coachella students have a 16-minute bus drive from Coachella to our Indio campus with service every 20 minutes. Desert Hot Springs students have a minimum of 44 minutes each way to our Palm Desert campus. Their bus service is only once an hour. So who exactly lacks access to a COD campus? The data clearly shows that our West Valley students are in great number, and deserve closer access to a permanent campus. Approve the work by Design Consulting Services so that we can move forward with the Palm Springs campus, which will provide students more equal access to our permanent facilities. Ruben and B, stop playing games with your delay tactics, which amounts to the mishandling of public funds. And regarding this other item that was just continued, thank you for continuing that. As the last shot, before Martha was leaving, she and Galindo are pulling shenanigans on all of the other contracts for the directors. Significant changes, however, it's funny, they didn't make any of those changes to Director Galindo's contract. So you should review that carefully before you move forward.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments?
Yes, we have one individual on Zoom, and that is Ernie Rios. And Ernie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Great, thank you, and good morning, trustees. My name is Ernie Rios with the Thermal Oasis Community Council, and I hope your morning is going great. I called today because I wanted to provide, again, a friendly reminder around the importance of equitable access to a post-secondary education for our Valley youth. I'm really excited that the schematic design for the Palm Springs campus has been shared publicly. As I've stated previously, we're in dire need of making access to a post-secondary education equitable for our students across the Coachella Valley for reasons that you even heard this earlier this morning. Our students are struggling to get to and from the College of the Desert campus, and the more opportunities we provide them, the better. And this is critical in the wake of the pandemic, when we've seen enrollment declines, not only in the region, but nationally. And for this reason, I ask again to the board to please stay the course with making these opportunities available to our students. We applaud you as a community for making the Palm Springs campus a reality for students, as well as the Cathedral City campus and expansion in Indio. But on that same note, we also ask that you stay the course with the commitments made to the East Valley, especially at the Thermal campus. Over the years, there were numerous commitments made publicly to our students and community and families. Just this week alone, I had an opportunity to participate in graduation events and scholarship ceremonies for the students, and it was a great reminder about the challenges that we still face in getting our students into and through post-secondary. And so I ask you, on behalf of our communities, not just the East Valley, but the entire region, for those of us working with our students and understanding the need that we have across the region, to stay the course and support that equitable access for our students. Thank you for allowing me this time, and I wish you a great rest of the week and weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments?
That was the final individual wishing to speak on this item.
Okay. Moving on, 4.01, approval of the May 19th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of May 19th, 2023?
Yes, I will be abstaining from 1, 2, and 3.
This is the minutes for the last meeting, the May meeting.
Which one?
The May meeting, the minutes.
Yes.
You abstained from those votes? Is that?
Yes, coming in.
Oh, you were just coming in. So you, okay. Okay, so is that, you understood that, right, Armando? Okay, so we
Madam
got
Chair,
that.
for clarity, that won't be put into the record until the time of action. So if you choose to recognize abstentions, that would be the time that would occur.
Oh, you're talking about today? No? Wait a minute. He's talking about.
401, 402, and 4.
Okay. So, okay, I understand. But basically, it is not he's just abstaining from the vote part. Okay, I got it. Okay, if there's no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented, and it will be a one abstention vote. Okay, on that. And 4.02, approval of May 19th, 2023 special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of May 19th, 2023? And if there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as a 4-1 vote, one person abstaining. And then approval of the June 1st, 2023 special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the special meeting minutes of June 1, 2023? And I have a question on this. You were at that meeting and you're already a trustee. So you're not abstaining from this one, is that correct? Okay, so if there are no corrections to the minutes, they will stand approved as presented, and that'll be a 5-0 vote. Reports. Associated Students of College of the Desert, ASCOD. We don't have anyone to give a report. Okay, College of the Desert Foundation. There is a written report was submitted and included for the record from Catherine Abbott, the Executive Director of the COD Foundation. So that is there. College of the Desert Alumni Association, there is no report. California School Employees Association, CSEA, there is no report. College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODAA. I believe Catherine Levitt, CODA president, is here.
I am.
Welcome back, Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustees, Madam Chair, CODA and the adjunct community we represent are pleased to welcome Ron Odom to the Board of Trustees, knowing he has knowledge and appreciation for the history and politics of both this area and this institution that would not be possible without his years as an adjunct faculty in the social science at COD. We are hopeful that his leadership skills will mend some of the schisms that have racked this college and burdened the community over the past year, allowing the Board of Trustees to return to its mission of service to students through good governance. CODA thanks Vice President Martinez Garcia for the opportunity to meet with the deans, both instructional and non-instructional, to discuss CODA's collective bargaining agreement towards the development of common procedures and common practice that are consistent across the schools. This doesn't happen right now, so this is a big step forward. We are confident through communication, we can clear up the differences in expectations engendered by the ambiguity of contract language. To this end, we are hoping to sunshine our non-compensation reopener as Article 14 reemployment process to clarify areas in language that have been the subject of a lot of confusion. As this is a step towards parity, this is a step towards equity. CODA would also like to thank Vice President Galindo and Vice Presidents Rod Garcia, interim Vice Presidents Vigo and Dunn, as well as Diana Guerrero and our payroll team under Val Martinez for very expeditious payment of a retroactive COLA and updated pay schedule that includes the ongoing COLA. No errors or omissions were happened during this updated pay, and that's a true feat at the school. And so I thank you very much, and have a very nice June.
Thank you very much. At this time, College of the Desert Faculty Association, a written report was submitted and included in the record for Moshiana Collins, the CODFA president. Academic Senate, excuse me, has no report. And Governing Board, Student Trustees Zarco, welcome.
Hello. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. As you know, my name is Isaac Zarco. I was born and raised in the city of festivals, Indio. As summer started, I began my second year here at College of the Desert. So far, it's been a great experience, and I'm only seeing it get greater. Passion is a very important thing for me. I'm passionate about education, as it could bring many possibilities and opportunities, as I know it did for me. Another one is music, from instruments to using my voice. Speaking is a big one for me, as being able to communicate clearly and confidently can only lead to great things. Academically, I try to be the best student I could be. My first semester, I got on the dean's list, and looking forward, I believe I'll get on it again and again. As time goes on, I will understand and embrace what it means to be a student trustee. One of my beliefs is that students come first, and how this college can give them opportunities and send them off to great things. The importance as a student is not just from the student trustee or from the student government, but from every single student that comes to this college. I look forward to gaining experience and friends from this role. I want to show appreciation to this previous student trustee, Alan Paul, as he was not just a mentor to me, but also a great friend. Thank you for welcoming me and to a great academic year.
Thank you, and we really do want to welcome you, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of the trustees. We'll help you in any way we can, okay? And we'll probably encourage you to attend many, many conferences, okay? So that you can learn as much as possible. And Trustee Oden, it's time for your report.
Well, I am still on.
Oh, your button. Light.
Yes, thank you. I am still on the learning curve, obviously, even with the technology, But this has kind of been a whirlwind for me. I've met with so many different people and so many different ideas and concepts, and I'm really looking forward to getting more involved and communicating with the broad-based community, not only within my district, but throughout the Coachella Valley.
Great. Well, again, we welcome you aboard, and we realize this is only really your first full meeting.
Yes.
So this will be exciting.
And believe me, I am beaming with ideas, so you'll be hearing from me very soon.
I'm sure we will. Okay. And Trustee Kinnaman, your report, please.
Just briefly, the COD commencement was a very moving experience, and I want to thank everybody that participated in putting that together. And it was in a nice, cool location, which was also greatly appreciated. But it was very joyful to see so many smiling faces go across that stage. In addition, I want to acknowledge the Palm Springs Planning and Development Committee. They finalized their work yesterday, as we heard earlier, and we are at 100% schematic design, so they're going to be able to move forward with that design as well. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank all that was involved with the commencement. It was a great experience, and as Trustee Kinnaman mentioned, it was in a cool place. I heard people complaining that it was a little too cold, and I don't think I want to hear that ever again, because as we know, we've been dealing with some hot graduations and some pretty windy graduations, commencements the last few years, so it was nice to have something indoors. Thank you to the committee and to all of our students who participated. And last but not least, I want to give one final farewell to Dr. Garcia. Dr. Garcia, thank you for everything that you did for College of the Desert while you were here, considering the circumstances that you came into. I'm really excited to see what it is that you do at Mount Sac Community College, because with the buy-in of the community and I know that, and the support of the trustees, I know that you're going to be able to accomplish some great things. So I'm excited to see you in different conferences throughout the year, so I can hear about the amazing things that you're doing, and hopefully we're able to implement some of those things here at the College of the Desert.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning again. I will echo the sentiments of my fellow trustees. Commencement was amazing as always. It's always, for me, a little added point that I oftentimes know so many of the students that are going through commencement, and it's just really amazing to see that, you know, there's these opportunities for them, and I'm hoping moving forward that, you know, as a body here, as a board, that we ensure that equitable access. And, you know, I hope we get to the point where we need the entire arena because there's so many students. And of course, that's only going to happen if, you know, students are able to access education. I also had the opportunity to attend the pinning ceremony for the nursing program, and I'm not sure if anyone recorded the speaker, the student speaker, but it was beyond touching and moving. I mean, wow. If anyone has it, please let us know, because I would love for the other trustees to listen to that message. That young man was just phenomenal. I mean, it was, you know, I'm not one that gets emotional too easily, but I'll tell you, I got pretty close. I mean, it was great. The ceremony was beautiful. Everything was perfectly set up. I just want to say thank you to staff for putting together such an amazing event. Very well attended. I don't think there was very many empty seats, maybe one or two. And with that, I also want to echo Trustee Perez's comments. Dr. Garcia, thank you so much. They're very fortunate to have you. And I agree. You know, you are being welcomed, as you should have been. And the trustees are very excited to have you on board. And I wish you the absolute best. And it is unfortunate that we weren't able to provide you the space that you needed to implement all of those amazing ideas that you had, that I know would have been very well received here. But nonetheless, we move forward, and I wish you the absolute best, Dr. Garcia, and I do thank you for your time. You could have easily just said, I'm out, but here you are still with us virtually today, so I just want to appreciate a person of your level of caliber, character, that I think is very refreshing in the times that we're in right now. So with that, just thank you to everyone who was part of organizing commencement and pinning ceremony. And I'm, hoping, unfortunately, sometimes due to my work schedule, I really can't attend a lot of events. But when I do, it's just really awesome. I really loved the event after commencement where staff was able to relax and interact. And that's the best form that I like to see people in, is a raw form, right? Your true selves, altruistic. It's a great experience. And I just want to say that, I've been able to touch base with some of you and, have more conversations. And I'm just looking forward to more of that. And just know that I'm always available if you need to speak with me. So with that, I think that's about all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And as for my report, I want to thank everyone at the college that made graduation a possibility for so many in our valley. And, I don't think we realize sometimes we don't just have the graduates there, we have their whole families. We have all their friends. We have all their former teachers. We have anybody that ever knew some of those students and hoped that that student would have an opportunity to become everything that they could be. And I'll tell you, that venue, when I stood on that stage and I looked out at that venue that we had there, the people in the stands, the fact that it wasn't 100 degrees out, we weren't all melting in our caps and gowns, and those students, their faces, and looking up into the stands and seeing that packed house and all of those faces smiling down, there's nothing greater, no greater reward that I don't think anybody could ever give me than having that opportunity. I mean, that is just so meaningful. So anybody that did anything, even made a kind comment to a student, or just said hi to a student so that they came back the next day, I want to thank you from the very, very bottom of my heart for making that night a possibility for each of those students. I asked my fellow trustees to stand up there with me so that they were congratulated, not just by one trustee, but that they had an opportunity to see how proud each and every one of us were. And I'll tell you, sitting on that stage, knowing that the faculty and the leadership of this campus are all up there behind us, or else they're in the area in front where the students are, helping those students, cheering them on, that's an unbelievable feeling. It just really is, to know that there's all those people behind each and every one of those students. And you can just feel the warmth on the stage. And I'll tell you, I was afraid that ice was going to melt, because even though some of those students, and I know my fellow trustees felt some of them, especially at the end, they were icy cold when they came up there, and I put my arm around them and, for the picture, that, they were really, really cold. And I wasn't complaining because, I was glad we weren't hot, but I know that some of them were shivering and some of them were scared. But what they accomplished and what they were able to do because of each individual in our community that touched base with them and encouraged them on is just incredible. So thank you to everyone at the college. Thank you to everyone in the community. Thank you to all the families and the friends. And thank you so much to every one of those students, because there's no greater gift that anybody could ever give me than to see those students graduate. So I just wanted to say that. And I also want to say the best, I wish the very, very best for our superintendent president, Garcia, as she embarks on furthering her journey and her career. And I know that things have been rough here. I always tell people when I'm going through a rough patch, this is going to get me ready for the next thing. I don't know what and I don't know when. But whatever you learned here, I hope that it will serve you well in whatever challenge you encounter in the future, and I know that there's nothing that you can't accomplish because of the way that you were able to handle yourself here and move on and move forward. So I applaud you, I thank you, and I wish you the very, very best. And thank you so much for the 2 graduations that you were here for, because like I said, there is no greater gift that anybody could give me than to see those students graduate, or children of the Valley graduating from a community college. So thank you all so much again. And with that, I'll move on. Superintendent President Garcia, it's your opportunity to speak.
First of all, thank you, trustee Stefan, trustee Bettis, and trustee Gonzalez for those beautiful words. I want to start by sharing some highlights regarding commencement. All of you have indicated how amazing it was, and it really was. It was impressive. I want to ensure that I once again congratulate our graduating class of 2023. Next slide, please. We had 796 students participate and about 5,000 attendees. I want to express tremendous gratitude, as has been expressed, to everyone involved, especially to Andre Pacheco, who led commencement for us, since we had a need for someone to fill that role. But there were so many volunteers that made this day so special. So I want to thank the students, their families, their loved ones, the faculty, staff, the administrators, volunteers, and the Board of Trustees. Next slide. This is a slide with a few additional pictures of that amazing day. And next slide, please. Summer term, it has started, and we have 6-week classes that end on July 20th and 8-week classes that end on August 3rd. Summer enrollment is looking great, so we are excited about that. And fall classes will start on Friday, August 25th. And the final slide, please. I want to end by thanking everyone, thanking the amazing employees of College of the Desert for their dedication to our students, to the work that they do with pride. I'm grateful for the opportunity, grateful for being able to serve our amazing students with all of you. And I want to thank the Board of Trustees for the opportunity and wish you all the best. This is a new start for everyone. And I know that you all will continue doing what you do best, which is serve, teach, guide our students. Thank you very much.
Turn that on again. Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent President Garcia. At this time, public updates. We have 6.01, Proclamation for Pride Month 2023. At this time, I'd like to invite Dean Steckman, lead counselor for the Gender and Sexual Diversity Pride Center, to introduce our student reader. They have also prepared a presentation for us on gender-neutral and inclusive restrooms.
Hello, is this on?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Chair Stefan, Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Garcia, President's Cabinet, and College of the Desert community. I am Dean Steckman, the CalWorks Counselor Coordinator here at College of the Desert, and also the Faculty Advisor for Sexuality and Gender Alliance, also known as the Saga Club, here at COD. It is an honor for me to introduce to you today Will Frank, a member of College of the Desert's Pride Student Leadership Team, Saga Club's incoming president, and Social Justice Club's incoming vice president. Will is a sociology major, His goal after completing his associate's degree from COD is to transfer and double major in sociology and urban planning at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. In addition to his role, you may have seen Will in some of COD's theater productions. My personal favorite was his role as Tin Man in the Friends of Dorothy Pride Award and Talent Showcase that we had this past spring in May. Will, the other Pride student leaders, and Saga members had an amazing spring semester and overall an amazing academic year. They represented COD at events like the Rainbow Youth Summit, the Desert Age Walk, the East Coachella Valley Pride, Palm Springs Trans Pride Fair, Palm Springs Red Dress Party, the Cathedral City LGBT Days, and Harvey Milk Diversity Breakfast. The Pride student leaders also hosted a very well-attended and epic Friends of Dorothy Pride Awards and Talent Showcase in May. In addition, our Pride student leaders and Saga members participated in our spring Safe Zone training, where they were able to bring light to the issues students from the LGBTQIA+ community face in the classroom and on campus, and left an impact on our faculty, staff, and administrators that were in attendance. Their efforts directly served the mission of the Gender and Sexual Diversity Pride Center and the district. And we are excited to support their future efforts to celebrate COD's LGBTQIA+ community. And with that, I would like to ask Will to read the June Pride Month proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, for that introduction, and thank you to the Board of Trustees for recognizing us and granting us this time to speak. Whereas the Desert Community College District recognizes our community's diversity as one of our greatest strengths and promotes inclusion as a key priority by celebrating diversity in people, philosophies, cultures, beliefs, and backgrounds. And whereas the Desert Community College District recognizes that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus or LGBTQ plus people come from all walks of life, including race, ethnicity, religion, ancestry, national origin, economic status, physical or mental ability, medical condition, sex or gender identity or expression. And whereas a growing body of research indicates that LGBTQ plus people of color are adversely affected by cumulative discrimination and social exclusion, including racism from the LGBTQ plus community and homophobia and heterosexism within their racial/ethnic community. And whereas in 2016, the American College Health Association found that out of a sample of more than 33,000 undergraduate students, 10% identified as gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, or questioning. And whereas recent research of college undergraduate students illustrated that 65.1% experienced harassing behavior since enrolling in school, 21.5% reported intimate partner violence, and 15.2% reported having been stalked. And whereas the struggle for dignity and equality for LGBTQ plus people is mirrored in the determined dedication of advocates and allies who strive to create a more inclusive society and kinder community. And whereas LGBTQ plus Americans, including those who live in our local communities, continue to face marginalization, discrimination, and hatred simply for being who they are and for whom they love. And whereas the landmark Supreme Court decision of 2015 guaranteeing marriage equality in all 50 states was a historic victory for LGBTQ plus Americans and continues to affirm the belief that we are all freer when we are treated as equals. And whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ plus pride flag, serves as a symbol of hope and inclusion to the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people in LGBTQ plus movement. And whereas flying the rainbow flag throughout the month of June further symbolizes the celebration, support, and affirmation of diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And whereas June is a time to celebrate and affirm our LGBTQ plus community, raise awareness of quality services, and foster dialogue to promote healthy, safe, and prosperous college communities for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District declare that June 2023 as Pride Month and encourage students, faculty, and staff to eliminate prejudice wherever it exists and celebrate LGBTQ plus members of our community. Thank you, and now I yield my time back to Dean.
All right, so before we get into our presentation today, I just wanted to make a few comments. So we are all excited for the opportunity to present on the importance of gender-inclusive restrooms before you today. An important note is that this presentation was not requested by any board member, but rather our students behind me, and that will join me in a second, felt it very important to present on the matter. And it is only fitting that we were able to do so during the Pride Month alongside the reading of the Pride Proclamation. Another note, the Gender Inclusive Restroom Resolution was brought forward to the Academic Senate early in spring, and it passed unanimously, so it is ready to move forward, I believe, to CPC. So with that, I would like to have our Pride student leaders and SAGA members join me so that we can go ahead and get into this presentation. And then, okay, cool. All right, sounds good. Can we make it like big screen, if possible? If not, can y'all see that? The screen? Oh, okay, there we go. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start with introductions. Again, my name is Dean Steckman. My pronouns are he, him, his. And then I'll go ahead and pass it to our students.
My name is Isabella. My pronouns are she, they.
My name is CJ Madison, and my pronouns are he, him.
I'm Eduardo Alvarez, and I go from he, him.
Hello, my name is Emily Lopez, and I go by she, her.
Hello, my name is Sunny Ramirez, and I go by she, her.
Hello, my name is Ruby Dewar, and I go by she, her.
Hi, my name is Will Frank. My pronouns are he, they, and she.
Hello, my name is Abdiel Morales, and my pronouns are he, him, his, and él.
Okay, so, can somebody just, you hold on to it. Sorry, it's live, so just hold it over from here. Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and get started with, well, let me make mention real quick. Alexi was not able to join us today, but they were integral in putting together the presentation that you see before you. So I just wanted to make mention of that. And then with that, we'll go ahead and start off with Bella.
We stand here today as a community with utmost pride in sharing our resolution and our efforts in advocating for gender-inclusive restrooms to be installed on the College of the Desert, Palm Desert campus and beyond. So it is imperative that all College of the Desert constituents, such as faculty and students, know that there are gender-inclusive restrooms on campus beyond the only 3 single-user restrooms that we have in accordance with the Act 1732, and feel that they are safe emotionally and physically for their well-being. So we're here to reinforce this diverse and welcoming environment on campus and stress the accessibility part of College of the Desert's one of core mission values, that they feel they have access to this more than just 3 of these restrooms on campus. And another point we'd like to address is that these restrooms also help ease gender dysphoria and transgender and gender nonconforming individuals and foster this safe space where these gender nonconforming individuals feel comfortable enough and supported as well as safe on campus without any harassment or discrimination. And we'll move on to the next slide.
Okay, so this is my, oh, is the mic still on? All right, this is my slide. So what is gender dysphoria? Gender dysphoria is described as distress as a result of one's gender not being affirmed. And I'm not gonna read the rest, but I'm gonna go ahead and talk about my personal and lived experience with this. I identify, I'm a transgender man, and I didn't transition until later in life. Transitioned when I was 30 years old, and I had the support at UCLA to do so because they have a robust and supportive environment for the LGBTQ plus community. Before I transitioned, I lived, in the closet. I have a single parent of 2, and I kind of just conformed to what society wanted me to be. So I wasn't able to live my true self. But when I started going to higher education at Moreno Valley College, before I even transferred to UCLA, I started to, I guess, figure myself out a lot more, feel more confident, more comfortable in my own skin. At that time, I identified as a lesbian woman, but I was masculine presenting. And my experience then using the restrooms, because at the time there were less gender inclusive restrooms or single stall restrooms to use. Although I did not get confronted like many transgender and gender nonconforming folks do, I did get a lot of stares, and I was made to feel uncomfortable every single time I used the restroom. I could talk about an experience of that, and this is just one of many. Using the restroom after using the restroom, washing my hands, I would often see people coming into the restroom after me, and then they would stop immediately, do a double take, walk back out, look at the signage, make sure that they were entering into the right restroom, and then look at me as though I did not belong in there and that I was a threat to them, that I was going to hurt them in some way by me just using the restroom. So then they would just go ahead and proceed with caution to use the restroom. So that was my typical experience with using the restroom as a masculine presenting woman before I transitioned. So I always was uncomfortable using the restroom. And that's just a basic human right to be able to use the restroom, right? So fast forward to when I did transition, and early in my transition, that was even harder because at that time I was, transitioning. So I started to present more masculine. And it became more uncomfortable going into the women's restroom. So either I had to not drink, not do certain things. I had to be very mindful of the space that I was in because of fear of, somebody confronting me in the restroom. You never know, especially with the climate that existed during the time that I transitioned. I transitioned in 2016. And so, I could go on and on and on, but that's kind of just the experience, So I would either just avoid using the restroom altogether, which is not healthy at all, or I would just have to always be mindful of the environment I'm in, the people I'm surrounded by. Luckily for me, when I transitioned at UCLA, there was so much gender neutral restrooms there, so I didn't really have to worry so much, but I did have to go find those places. When I started to pass as male, it was easier because then I was able to use the male identified restrooms. But even to this day, no one thinks that I'm trans unless I disclose that I'm trans. I still feel dysphoria. I still feel anxious going into the restroom. And the reason for that, I know it's in my head, but I have to go use the stall. So when I use the stall, for some reason, I think that if there's any other person in the restroom, they're gonna know I'm trans by the stream, the sound of the stream, or because I went to the stall in the first place. Like, why aren't you using the urinal? So these are things that I think about often. So I'll stay in the restroom longer than I need to, just to make it seem like I'm actually using the stall for what cis men would use the stall for, right? Or usually, I know there's probably some that use the restroom sitting down, but I still feel this to this day, even here on campus when I use the restroom. I know that we have more gender inclusive or single stall or family designated restrooms, but most of them are only accessible to staff and faculty, not to our students. And I'm only sharing my experience because we did not have a student to share a personal experience, but we do have some students that actually have this experience and that come to us and share this with us. And so we thought it would be impactful for you to hear a little bit about that, but we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. If we could pull it up. Thank you for listening. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it on to CJ to present on stats.
Good morning, trustees. I want to bring your attention to an experience that occurs to over half of transgender people in this country. According to the 2015 US Transgender Survey, 60% of transgender individuals say that they have avoided restrooms to prevent confrontations. These confrontations include sexual, physical, or verbal assault and harassment. These confrontations are not uncommon in higher education. 22% of college and vocational students who were out or perceived as transgender described experiencing confrontation at school. 12% of respondents were verbally harassed in a restroom, 1% were physically attacked, and another 1% were sexually assaulted in a bathroom. The frequent experience of discrimination, harassment, and marginalization of transgender and gender nonconforming people across college campuses have had dire consequences. 31% of those who took the survey reported drinking or eating less throughout the day to avoid using the restroom. 6% even reported developing kidney disease due to not using the restroom. But I want to make a broader point here. At a time when trans and non-gender conforming people's existence has become politicized, colleges must take steps to support trans and non-binary students better. Somewhere I read that the College of the Desert ought to be a culture of diversity, equity, inclusion, and social justice. When 82% of transgender individuals report self-harming or mutilating, when 82% of transgender individuals report having suicidal ideations, 40% making an attempt to commit suicide, and 66% having reported self-harming or mutilating at some point. Inclusion matters. These are the consequences when intolerance and discrimination are rampant. And I want the College of the Desert to be a place, no matter where you come from or your family background, you can come here and feel safe. Inclusion is the first characteristic highlighted in our mission statement, and there is no better way to abide by that principle than to help trans people feel where they have so often not been safe. And that is why gender inclusion restrooms are so important, and we must look at possible solutions. And I'm going to pass it over here to my friend Ruby.
Hello, everyone. So this is the outside, or the pictures where the Gender and Sexual Diversity Pride Center. They're the bathrooms right outside, and as you can see, they are gendered bathrooms, which kind of goes against our values at the Pride Center to be a safe, supportive, and inclusive environment for all of our LGBTQIA+ students. We want to make sure that every student, especially the ones that come here, feel safe and comfortable to go to the bathroom. I had an experience at Club Rush. A student came up to me and shared his experience of being attacked in one of the bathrooms here.
We can all agree that it's more important to focus on your hygiene and your health. People shouldn't care if you identify who you identify and you belong to this bathroom or this bathroom. I'd say it's more important that everybody should focus on washing their hands, staying clean, being clean as an individual for their families, friends, and people who come to the restroom. You know, it's more important to stay hygiene, cleaned, and well-presenting, and not worry about who's next to you or what are they going to do to you. Everyone's there to do their business and just go on to do the next thing to do. You know, it's your health, your hygiene. That's what we should focus on mostly, and not just, oh, who's here with me, and that sort of thing. Thank you.
So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you all for listening. Thanks.
I want to thank Will and Dean for the proclamation, and I want to thank the entire group for coming forward and giving us that presentation on gender and sexual diversity for the gender neutral and inclusive restrooms. I think that that is extremely important. We want our students to be safe. We want them to feel that they are a part of the college. And I know that we will take this matter very, very serious. We appreciate the time and effort you have invested in preparing the presentation and for raising our awareness about the significance in creating the inclusive spaces for all individuals. Your voices do matter in our ongoing journey towards greater diversity and inclusivity. So thank you again for your presentation, each and every one of you, and for your courage and your bravery in coming forward and presenting for us today. Really appreciate that. At this time, we'll move on to 6.02, the National Cyber League NCL recognition. At this time, I'd like to invite Professor Felix
Morning.
Maruin.
Oh,
I'm never gonna say that right, am I? I'll let you say it for me. I never get it right. If you could, please, the Professor of Computer Information System, you're going to be presenting this item. If you will, please proceed.
good morning. Trustees, good morning. Felix Maruenda Donata, I'm Professor of Computer Information Systems here at the College of the Desert. I've been here since 2006, where I started in math back then. In 2010, and created the EDGE program for you guys. In 2016 is when I went over to Computer Information Systems and created the cybersecurity program. So I've been there since then, and I'm not alone here. I got 5 people, so myself included. Martino is one of my students, and online, are they in there? I got Wes, Mason, and Flores. Can you let them in? So anyways, we have the cybersecurity program over in the business building. On Fridays, we have a club called CODIS, where we meet regularly on Fridays from 10 till 2. Yep. And we do all kinds of different activities regarding system builds, all kinds of random stuff, including cybersecurity competitions. And I've come by and talked to you guys all about it. But this last year was our best year. We compete in National Cyber League. I'm gonna let Flores talk about that. So is he live? He's over
I'm
in
here.
Atlanta.
Greetings, everyone. Board of Trustees, President Garcia. I'm in Tyrone, Georgia. As you see my background, that's my dog, but that's just a picture. That's my background. Anyways, yes, we did an outstanding job, or actually, our students did an outstanding job this year. Wesley Rosenblatt is, or was our president for this last semester. He encouraged a lot of people to show up. We had about 45 to 50 club members. So this is not an ordinary club. They put in a lot of time, 4 hours every Friday. So we're there. Thanks to my team, Felix Marenda Donate, Mark Brenner from Indio High School, who does our dual enrollment, and our students from Indio High School also participate. Professor Patrick Jacobs and Mark Rizzo. I'd also like to thank Dean Neil Lingo for our support, and Nori Bambush, who's always been helpful to us. These club members have worked their butts off, excuse the language, but they have worked hard this whole semester, and the fruits of their labors has shown, because we are nationally ranked number 62 in the nation. And I want to express my thanks to Wesley, Mason, Martino, Julian, a whole bunch of other students that I just can't name off because the list is so long. But these 4 right here have been the heart of the club this semester. And I really appreciate all the work that they've done.
So we had several different teams that came together for the competition. We've passed the first round, and then the second round, the 4 students that we're here to recognize were the ones who were mentioned. So do you want to go ahead, Martino?
Yeah, sure. Is this on? Okay, cool. Good morning, everybody. So yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity. I've learned more than I thought I could ever learn about any of this stuff: computers, cybersecurity, just general safety, basically online safety. This club is amazing. We have an amazing group, some great teams in the college, and more importantly, I'm glad that everybody who competed wanted to be there. You know, if they didn't want to be there, then they could just leave. But yeah, we all learned an amazing amount. I think I speak for Mason and Wesley here. We learned more than we could ever think possible, you know, with this cybersecurity. Yeah, this club is amazing, and I hope it keeps going and grows even further.
one of the goals for the club was, with the transition to everything being online, we sort of lost that connection with our students and between themselves too. So it was a chance for us to bring them together over pizza and competitions and activities and all that fun stuff. And it worked out really well. Most of our courses are offered online, and there is a disconnect. So by bringing them together, we had 30-something students every Friday, which is actually kind of amazing when you see that there's no one walking around here. So that goal has been fulfilled. Martino's also part of the CIS Geeks.
Yes. So we have a group of, it was 4 people this last semester, and basically people brought their computers, laptops, tablets, phones into us, and we repaired them to the best of our abilities, and we learned a whole bunch in that too. I didn't know, really what happened inside computers and laptops and especially like phones and tablets. You don't really need to open that stuff for anything unless, you're trying to learn. And we got the opportunity to do that this semester. So I'm really happy I took part in that.
Online, we also have Wesley Rosenroad. He's the former president, no, the current president. Current, right, Wes?
Yes, current.
All right, I get it all mixed up. So go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, the club is a great opportunity. I joined because I heard there was pizza. All this other stuff was going on. What we learn in the classroom is enhanced at the club because we implement it and it really sinks in and it becomes almost like reflex then instead of just like, in the future dusting it off. Now it's ingrained, all the stuff we learned in the club, and such as like network security. Going on the other side, we call it red team, blue team. The red team is more of the penetration of networks and the blue team is more of a hardening the system. So learning the red team stuff through these competitions makes you better at network security. So it's a great opportunity, these challenges. And being face-to-face with other club members like Mason, it's competition, so we better ourselves. I want to be better because Mason was beating me at the tournament, so I had to beat him. And now we're both going to San Bernardino, and I hope that kind of, friendly, what do you call it? Like, not rivalry. Competitiveness sticks. It just makes, I think, all of us better. And then when we come together as a team, I noticed that we all clicked and we were doing things just naturally during the team competition. So yeah, the club is a great opportunity to further your education in the field of computer information.
You want to talk about transfer, Wes?
Oh yeah, and since I came back to COD, I took the cybersecurity program, and I'm proud of making the dean's list every semester since I've been back. And now I am transferring to San Bernardino. I'm taking some classes at the Palm Desert campus, and I'm also taking a class on the physical campus. And I hope to join the club there as well, look into it, and hopefully I can expand it. All from what I learned at the club at COD. Hopefully I can bring some of what I've learned there and leadership skills and apply it at San Bernardino.
Thanks, Wes. You want to go ahead, Mason?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Mason Vega. I'm the former club president until Wesley beat me in the last election. Yeah, so to reiterate what Wesley and Martino were saying, these competitions have really helped me with confidence. What we have learned, we've gotten an opportunity to apply, and like Wes was saying, become second nature to us, take the theoretical into the practical. And because of the leadership of Professor Flores and Professor Felix, we've had the opportunity to do so in our club. And not just these competitions, but they've provided us with other opportunities, such as just, their leadership, always having someone around to speak to 2 years ago, I decided to make a major career change, and that's when I joined College of the Desert. And because of their guidance, I'm transferring to Cal State San Bernardino in the fall into a good cybersecurity program. And I'm sure that's what I want to do. I always was able to pick their brains about transfer, about what I wanted to do. And on top of all of this, their network has really been helpful to us. I know they brought in a representative from Eisenhower Health to speak recently. And because of talking to that representative that they brought in, I'm now starting a career at Eisenhower Health at the end of this month. So I'm immensely thankful to College of the Desert and to them for their guidance, and the club, who all the students we've been able to bounce everything back and forth off of. And I've just had a wonderful time here with all of them. So thank you.
They're together not because they're roommates. They're actually at the Palm Springs campus. We're having our Code on the Road program there this week. Next week, we're taking a little break. Martino actually did it last summer with us.
Yeah, I was there.
When we started, thanks to Martha Garcia, Dr. Garcia, she's the one that got us started when she was first meeting. I was doing public comments because I needed help. I had this great idea and I needed someone to help me develop it. So she stepped in, and thanks to her leadership, we made this happen. This is the second summer that we're offering an in-the-road format. And we're starting in Palm Springs this week. We're hosting cyber camps, which is cybersecurity competitions for middle school, high school, and adults. So the ones that we're having in Palm Springs this week is standard, which is more middle school aged, which is really the right target to get kids interested in the industry. If we just sit back and wait until students get to us, it's a little too late. High school, they already made up their minds, and by the time they get to us, they're not thinking about CIS if they haven't seen it before. So their goal is to get out there early and start planting the seed of not just cybersecurity and CIS, but about education. And we talk a lot about education, scholarships, opportunities, careers, and all that good stuff. So today I'm taking a break from it. They're there right now. But tomorrow we have competitions. So Fridays, we go Monday through Thursday, 9 to 1. We're doing trainings, and then on Fridays, we do competitions. And it's a simulated attack on a computer system, and they need to harden the system, harden the network to prevent attacks. So they get scored on how many of the vulnerabilities they secure, and it's a nationwide competition, not just local. Next week, we're off. The week after that, we're in Desert Hot Springs, then Toro Canyon Middle School in Coachella. Same thing, the Desert Mirage right there. And then we come back here, Palm Desert and Indio, for 2 more sessions. Indio and Palm Desert are full. Coachella is halfway full. So we're getting there, all right? So it's been fun, all right? And it's a summer activity for us, and it's really rewarding to work with kids and have them visualize themselves as college students and future in a career that involves technology. What else? Oh, so I invite you all to come Fridays, all right? Just shoot me an email and I'll let you know locations and times and all that stuff, but you know where it's at. So I'm inviting parents, and I got certificates for them. They all show up. They're really proud. They take pictures. They love it. We always ask for feedback. Their reviews are amazing. They just want us to keep continuing. So in an effort to promote the program, I've been on KSQ, Eye in the Desert, Telemundo, doing all kinds of things to get the word out. So trying to get some positive press so that we can really show our assets and what we really focus on in this college, which is our youth in the Valley. So, questions?
If I may?
Yeah, go for it.
I would also like to congratulate the CODIS Club for a second place finish in the IE Mayor's Cup, Inland Empire Mayor's Cyber Cup, and also for a 5th place in the SoCal Cyber Cup, which we competed against in Imperial Valley, San Diego County, Orange County, LA County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino County.
We got a healthy competition with RCC. In Moreno Valley, we got a couple faculty over there that we know.
Oh, RCC is ranked number 92 in the nation. We're 62.
We beat them. So that's good. That's good. So, all right. You guys got anything, Mason, Wes?
No, thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, we worked hard on that.
I believe we have certificates for him, right?
Yes, we do.
All right. I'll
Yes,
get
I
him
do.
to them today.
Okay, what I'd like to do is I'd like to read what it says on the certificate, and then we'll present the certificates. And unfortunately, some of you aren't here for me to present them to you, but I will show them to you with your name on it.
I'll get it for him. I'll give it to him.
You'll
today.
make
I'll
sure
give
they
it to
get
him.
them, right? It says Certificate of Achievement. The certificate is proudly presented to and then it has the name. Thank you for, this one is to Martin Herman Flores. And it's thank you for coaching and supporting the College of the Desert team during the National Cyber League Spring 2023 competition season. Your dedication was invaluable. And this is what it looks like. It's not a very good shot, but you will get this, okay? So I will have this. That's the first one.
Yeah, go get it.
And congratulations. The next one is a Certificate of Achievement. This certificate is proudly presented to Julian Salazar. Congratulations on your outstanding performance during the National Cyber League Spring 2023 competition season.
Yeah, Julian couldn't be here. I'm sorry. He got a job with one of
We
our
didn't even get to
advisory
Zoom
committee
him,
members,
huh?
so he's working.
But we have his certificate here. And then we have Martino Perez. You are here. And this is your Certificate of Achievement. This certificate is proudly presented to Martino Perez. Congratulations on your outstanding performance during the National Cyber League Spring 2023 competition season. And do you want to come forward? No. Give you this, and maybe we can pause after this for a picture or something. Oh, okay. We'll get it in a, yeah, when I finish with this, okay. And there's some more. We have another one, a Certificate of Achievement. This is the Certificate of Achievement is proudly presented to Mason Vega. Congratulations on your outstanding performance during the National Cyber League Spring 2023 competition season. So congratulations, Mason, and it's a pleasure to meet you today. And best of
Thank you very
luck.
much.
And the last one, Certificate of Achievement. This certificate is proudly presented to Wesley Rosenrod. Congratulations on your outstanding performance during the National Cyber League Spring 2023 competition season. And again, a pleasure to meet you, and we do have these here, and they will be presented by Dr. Felix to you, I'm sure. So there we go. And I want to thank Dr. Felix and Professor Flores. And a special thank you and congratulations to our amazing students. Professors, we recognize and commend your unwavering commitment to the growth and success of our students. And Professor Felix, it's been a pleasure working with you all these years, and I hope it goes on for many, many more.
Thank you.
And to the students who were recognized in your achievements has not gone unnoticed, and we are incredibly proud of your accomplishments. Just know that we are very, very proud of each and every one of you and everything that you're achieving. And we wish you the very, very best on your futures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to get a picture, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess so that we can get that picture. Just 5 minutes.
You could recess to closed session if you wanted.
Oh, we're going to closed session, so we'll do it then. Okay, so without any further ado, we're going to recess to closed session. The board will now recess to closed session. The live feed of this meeting will continue, and let's try to be in closed session, and let's take 15 minutes. That would be, what time is it now? Ruben, I see you have your phone. So that would be 11:06? 11:06, we will reconvene. Okay, thank you.
Qué triste es amar a otra persona que no te sepa valorar.
Who's got a phone in? Hmm? We're going to reconvene to open session, and there is no report out of any action taken in closed session. Right now, we're up to consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for an approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda, action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items?
Madam Chair,
Huh?
12.11, number 4, to be considered for a separate vote.
12.11,
Number 4.
number 4, section 4?
Yeah.
Well, I think we have to pull 12.11 and then we'll pull that other part out of it. Okay. Are there any other requests to separately consider any of the consent items? Seeing no further ones, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with 12.11 being pulled?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And now we will have a roll call vote. President Garcia?
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And now we have pulled item 12.11 from the consent agenda, so we will take that one up separately. Do I have a motion to approve 12.11 as presented?
So moved.
The motion has been made. I'll acknowledge trustee Kinnaman because I heard his voice very clearly. And the second was made by somebody else. Tried to make the motion. Was that you, Mr. Oden? Trustee Oden?
I'll make a second.
Okay, and seconded by trustee Oden. Is there any discussion? And I'll turn it over to trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. First of all, trustee Stefan, I know that it had been a request, and it was also requested during agenda review, that anytime that we have this item, because of questions that have come up from myself and community members, we don't have any information that I saw on the agenda regarding the funds, right? I know I had requested prior for us to show the public, since we are working on our efforts to be clear and transparent. I know it was presented a few meetings ago where the funding is being moved from, which obviously includes projects that have already been earmarked for that funding, and I don't see that here. I was disappointed not to see that because, again, it's important that we show, because that money was not necessarily available and it's being now redesignated. And that's one issue. The other issue that I have is that I know that when I first was elected 3 years ago, there was a lot of conversation that somehow this design was already done, and then it turned out that it wasn't, but I kept hearing like it's 50% already completed. Then, as we all know, there was a upgraded design that didn't include the hotel and all that other fluffy stuff. So that was another investment, and now here we are increasing it again with another design. So it just seems to me, I know there's a lot of conversation about taxpayer dollars and bond money, which I'll remind everyone, the bond is paid for throughout the Coachella Valley and not specific to to one city, one area. And so those are my concerns, is that I see this contract, at over $5 million. And I saw some of the attachments where they're saying, okay, they're going to take the lead to DSA and all of that. But for me, it doesn't sit well. One, we don't have any of the supporting documentation that had been requested. And I just really don't understand why we're paying for all of these services ahead of time. It's almost like we are jumping over the process of approving things as they move along. And I definitely have an issue with that. Obviously, you all know and you've all heard, I still, I'm very concerned because the data does not support that specific location in the West Valley, although I do believe and have always believed that the West End should have a campus as well, even though our feasibility study didn't support the project either. So I know those are multiple concerns, but I'm going to challenge all of you as trustees to do the right thing here. I don't know, are all these millions of dollars going to cover costs of employees being hired, through Moss? I don't know. But I would just, I just have a lot of question about that, because we've heard so many different variation stories of design being halfway done, not done, whatnot, and it just doesn't equal $5 million to me. And again, this definitely is going to mean that money is being almost stolen, pulled from other projects that would benefit and improve access to different sectors of the community. So, I just don't understand why there's such an effort not to be transparent when that supposedly is the goal. So those are my comments, my concerns, and again, I'm going to challenge everyone to do the right thing here and to really take a look at where we should be investing.
Madam Chair, if I may, I also share those same concerns, and I echo a lot of the sentiment that Trustee Gonzalez has, as this project is getting incrementally more and more expensive as we knew it would be happening, and we already had a design that was 100% complete scale with the scaled back campus that we would have been able to afford without pulling different pots of money that was allocated and earmarked for different construction projects throughout the district. I'd like to know where it is, and I'd like to get an answer from our staff, where it is that we're getting these $5 million from. Are we pulling them, and specifically which project is being affected? Are we pulling it from the Meca Thermal campus, which has been historically underserved and underfunded? Or are we pulling from the Indio project, which was promised to those constituents as well, and to that city, because I'm getting phone calls from different city administrators that we're scaling back on some of the promises that we promised the city of Indio. So I'd really like to learn, get those questions answered from staff, where it is that we're getting these pools of money from, and if they're not getting from specific bond projects, and if they're coming from RDA money, I want to caution our staff when using those dollars, because those dollars can be used for just about anything. And once we tap out of those dollars, we don't have anything to use as RDA related to use as we please. We can use those for a whole gamut of different college related services and issues. So if staff could please clarify those questions for me, and then I may add a few more points after that. Thank you.
Okay, we have to go through the Superintendent President. Superintendent President Garcia, could you have somebody share with us where the dollars are coming from?
Yes, and that will be done by both VP Rod Garcia and Mac from Moss.
I don't know if you guys want to move to the table so that you have a microphone and. Thank you, gentlemen.
And that is on as well, but here's an extra just in case.
we on? All right. Good afternoon, trustees, Madam Chair. Let's start by being completely clear that the money for this particular amendment is already contained in the project budget. The $405.7 million that was allocated by the February action of this board covers that fund. So that money is not being taken from any other project. Okay? That seems like the first salient point. After that, there were so many questions. Please kind of tease them out for us a little bit so we can respond to them meaningfully one by one rather than just kind of laying out a whole bunch of words.
Hey, Trustee Gonzalez, can you ask one of the other questions that you had again?
Yes, I hear you say that, but if you recall in the previous board meeting as well, it was in fact confirmed that there had been money moved specifically from Mecatron. Because I know there was some shock factors, and I just kind of took a shot in the dark because that's where I saw some of the money that was there. So is your statement correct or incorrect?
It is. And I will clarify the statement, and hopefully that will help. The money that was allocated or earmarked for Mecathermal was never assigned to a specific project. At the level that the bond office operates at, all of the funds that we track are related to specific projects. Since there was no project designated for Mecathermal, we understood that to be an administrative move to simply effectively move a number from one piggy bank to another. We do not have any awareness of any actual scope of work assigned to be paid for by that money. I hope that's a useful clarification.
It's a lot of words, but I'm still hearing that the money was moved from there. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about growth there, which is not feasible because of the whole situation of there being a septic tank versus connectivity. So I hear what you're saying, but you are in essence saying that there was fund that was allocated there that was moved. I know what you're saying. You're speaking construction terms, so there was no active project. But answer this question: the money was there and it was moved.
If the district designated funds to be used in Mecathermal and then move them later, that's not an issue at the level of the bond office's authority. So that's not an issue that we can respond to. If the district had given us a specific project related to Mecathermal, then we'd be able to speak to it.
Okay. Does anybody want to answer the question without construction terms? I don't know if that would be Dr. Garcia or would.
Yeah, I could respond to it. So as Robert stated, there was an earmark of about $26 million in Measure B. That has been reduced to about $12 million, and that is for specifically earmarked for Mecathermal. But as Robert stated, there is no active project other than that funding is still earmarked as of now.
I think that answers my question, because the fact that there was no project going on, but that pot of money was specifically set aside for the Mecathermal campus, and we are reducing the pot of money that we have for any potential future projects at the Mecathermal campus and reallocating that to cover some costs per the resolution that was voted on by the majority of the board in February to cover some of the costs at our ever so more expensive Palm Springs project. Thank you.
Would any other?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the last part again, Trustee Perez, that you said?
Yeah, so what I said is that we had a pot of money that was through the bond that was set aside for future construction projects at the Thermal Mecca campus. Now we are pulling money that was set aside for future construction projects and using it now to cover the costs at the Palm Springs campus, which keeps on getting more and more expensive. As we're deliberating, I understand that construction costs and all that stuff, but we also got to think about being equitable and understanding that these bond dollars are being paid for by the entire Coachella Valley, even the poor people that live in Mecathermo, despite the fact that they don't have huge properties and they're not paying as much as other folks that do have larger properties. They still own a part of the bond, and therefore they should still have some money allocated to them for future projects. That's I guess the essence of what I'm trying to get at here is that the money is everybody's. It's the peoples on the eastern Coachella Valley as well as the ones in the western Coachella Valley. Let's make sure that we spread that equitably.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I certainly agree with that. As more than 17 years ago, when I was mayor of the city of Palm Springs, we negotiated specifically for a campus in Palm Springs. That's not been built. But I have a real concern that we're talking about funds being moved from other projects as though one end of the valley is against the other. I think that's completely wrong. We have students in the entire Coachella Valley, and they all need to be served. And there are people who feel in one area, specifically in District 3, that nothing's been done for them since the project was approved. So I just think it's very dangerous. And well, let me ask the superintendent a question. And my question is, are there any monies being taken from one project that is designated through the Bond Act that's being applied to another project unfairly?
Unfairly, that's a difficult question to answer, Trustee Oden, because you have to think about serving, as you stated, the entire community. The concern that I personally have is when we were ensuring that the funds that were allocated through the resolution were allocated as specified, it was identified, as I stated, that we needed to reduce the earmarked dollars for Mecathermo from 26 million to about 12 million. And then it was also identified in Measure CC that we need to come up with about $19 million to complete the two projects that could possibly be impacted are either Roadrunner Motors or the athletic renovation project. So those are definitely concerning. And yes, there are RDA dollars to cover them. But the resolution was very clear in regards to the specific allocation for Palm Springs. So when you think about moving or having to come up with funding, whether it's through RDA for the other projects, I definitely have a concern about that because those projects were also committed.
Are there any other questions? Concerns?
What board discussions have you had about those and or with the community at large? With the funding. And I completely agree that we need a report on the funding. What's been done, what's been allocated to whatever projects that, because I think we need that. I think the community needs that. So I applaud you for requesting that. No question about it. I'm sorry, I cut someone off. Was it you?
I
Yeah,
like your words.
He was going to say something.
I mean, I think everybody wants transparency, and there are questions that I believe through the forensic audit will give us the answers, and I'm really relying on that because that's going through the books is the way we'll know whether there was 12.8 million originally designated for Mecathermal or whether it was assigned after the bonds have been passed and after the money was designated for other projects. There has been comments made that there were some special projects created by individuals on this board, which impacted money being shifted, and that now money's being shifted back to where it was originally.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. That's
Mr. Gonzalez?
that's an interesting comment, but I think I'll leave that one alone. I'll just laugh about it. Let's not forget that even back when that original property, and I think that would have been a way better location, right? The north end of Palm Springs. But the data back then didn't even support the project of that size. And the data hasn't changed much. We see where the numbers are. It's Desert Hot Springs, it's Cathedral City, Palm Desert. Well, actually, it's Indio in order, Palm Desert, Coachella. So this is what I'm referring to. Obviously, we had other options, right? For those of you who watch our board meetings, there was a time where we were being given information where it had funding earmarked or allocated to different projects. Then when we asked Dr. Garcia to take a closer look at it, and she did, then we found that there were numbers on a sheet, but there was no real allocation there. So if we really want to get into tit for tat and transparency, this all occurred prior to her leadership. But again, I'm not going to use this space for that. But I am definitely concerned because, again, I'm going back to the same thing. We've all been told, and it's been hammered and on fake websites and all this nonsense going on, that somehow this project was already complete, had been shown around town during Modernism Week and all this stuff. Then, again, we did a second one that was a scaled-down version that was a little more in line with the feasibility, the true feasibility study. So not one that had components of it. And here we are with, and we even assembled a group of folks that each one of us assigned 2 people to, that were going to meetings to talk about the design, and all of that went out the door. I even had one person who I appointed say to me, then what did I miss work for to go to these meetings when you guys are just redoing all of this? So if you ask me, has there been a waste of money? Absolutely. But why is that? Why do we continue to funnel all this money to certain, entities? And it doesn't make sense to me. There's something going on here, and I know a lot of fingers point one way, but I think we have a case of look over there and not over here going on here. Because there was definitely options, and there was the former president that actually went and made promises at city council meetings and in meetings with elected officials.
Madam Chair.
And here we are.
Madam Chair, I am offended by her inaccurate framing of what took place. She wasn't there.
Well, I'm
She wasn't
offended by
part-
you
she
insinuating
wasn't
that board
part-
members have pet projects.
And
So, do we want to go there?
I do want to go there.
Excuse me, we're going to have order. If anybody doesn't have anything new to share without accusations, then we're going to bring this to a vote.
If I
Does
could,
anybody have anything new they'd like to share with no accusations, please?
I think certainly everyone has a lot of questions, and I'm sure I probably had the most since I'm the newest. But, and hopefully the audit will clarify all of those things, and soon. So thank you for requesting the clarification. I appreciate it.
So when you say the audit will shed light, what, are we asking to table this item then? Or what are we doing?
No, I wasn't asking to table it, because there has been a request for an audit already, has there not?
We have,
It's a process.
the forensic audit is in the process now as we speak.
Do we have any updates on when we can expect a presentation?
No, not yet. The other thing is, information was requested that was not brought forward for this meeting that we had requested. I'm going to ask Trustee Gonzalez. You requested that information. Do you need that information to make your decision today?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to make an amendment to this, or do you want to have us vote on this first? Wait, let me ask my parliamentarian first. Parliamentarian, we have a motion on the floor. Do we need to take action on this motion?
Yeah, so what I've gathered from the conversation is specific to one section of the item. So my recommendation would be that you move to divide the question and pull that one out as you've done in the past so that you can dispose of the other and then make a decision.
And then come back to that one for another decision.
Correct. It sounds like that would solve it. Otherwise, you would be taking currently action on the entire
thing.
12.11.
You made that mistake.
I would call for the vote.
And the question has been called, a vote has been, a request for a vote has been called. Is that just an immediate action then, so we can vote on the whole?
Sure. So anytime a motion limits the rights of the members, it requires a 2/3 majority vote. So if you call the question, it requires a second, and then you must take a vote to call the question, and it requires a 2/3 majority vote.
Okay, so the motion has been made to call the vote. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion to call the vote. So now we're back to the original motion and what we want to do with that. And there is a recommendation that we separate out the one item that is under, that's being questioned from the rest and vote on the rest. Is that correct?
Right. You would be dividing the motion into two.
Two sections. So there would be everything except for the one section that you're questioning. That was section 4.
Well, when I pulled it, I did.
Yeah, but we
for it to
can't
be
pull it
considered
that
for a
way.
separate vote.
We pulled it, and then when it came up for a motion, the motion was just made on the whole thing. When you pull it, you cannot request it to be pulled that way. You know, you're not making the motion at that point. So right now, the motion on the floor is for the entire thing. If you want to, you can amend the motion that's on the floor to have section 4 pulled, and we vote on the rest of the motion and vote on section 4 separately. Correct?
Correct. So you would.
That's what you'd really like to do. Is that correct, Trustee Gonzalez?
I got a little lost. What?
Carlos?
Yeah, sure. So currently, 12.11 has 4 items in it. And when you pull something from consent, you have to pull the entirety of the item, so that's why all 4 had to come out. But now that the motion on the table is to adopt 12.11, and it sounds like from the conversation that we've only talked about specifically 12.11.4. So if you wanted to act on the whole thing, then it would approve or not approve all 4. But what I'm suggesting is based on the conversation, you may want to divide. So you would pull items 1, 2, 3 separately, and then deal with 4 on its own.
Okay, that's what I thought I had done when I mentioned that I wanted it to be considered
But
separately.
when you pulled it originally, you can only pull, because you're pulling it out of the whole thing, you can only pull the whole thing out of that. You can't just pull one section out. Does that make sense? Okay, so now you want to divide that, right? Okay. So now we're dividing sections 1, 2, 3 as one part, and section 4 will be considered separately. Do I have a second for that? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we take 1, 2, 3 separately from section 4, and we approve sections 1, 2, 3. Is there discussion on that? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote on sections 1, 2, 3 of item 12.11, please.
Student trustee Sarko,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now, we still have one item left. Do you want to make a motion to consider that? And it can be to consider it, or to postpone it, or to whatever.
I move for approval of item 4.
Okay,
Motion to table, item 4.
I'll second that motion. Table.
Madam Chair, it's up to you now. You decide which motion you will accept. You have a motion to
well, that motion
approve?
was made before the to table and the other one.
Correct. The motion on the table was to approve 12.11 in its entirety. And so when you move to divide,
Yeah, we
the motion on
divided.
the table would be to approve 12.11, 1, 2, and 3, and then to approve
I thought we voted on
12.11.
approving
Right.
items.
But that motion, the motion carries to both items. So the only thing that's in order as an option is to recognize either that it's going to be approved and move forward in that discussion, or to recognize trustee Perez's item to table, because that is also an appropriate motion at this time. So right now, the item you have on the table is to approve 12.11.4, right?
Yeah, we already approved 1, 2, 3.
Correct.
Okay,
So now, the motion on the table is to approve 12.11.4. So the discussion would be that along those lines. Trustee Perez has requested to to table.
table.
That is an appropriate motion. It sounded like trustee Gonzalez seconded,
Seconded it.
correct? So now, if you recognize that, then you go down the road of talking about tabling.
Okay, okay, because we have a first and a second on that, so we have to consider that because we only had a first on.
Correct. And trustee Kinnaman's motion was not necessary because that was already on the table.
Okay. Okay, so to table, any discussion on this?
Yes, we keep hearing people say they do not want to see costs continue to go up, and yet they continue to delay the project, which makes the project costs go up. So it's counterintuitive to listen to that argument.
I'm going to ask staff.
Oh, can we go through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to participate? Trustee Perez, thank
Thank
you.
you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask our staff to get a little creative and bring back solutions as to how it is that we may be able to cover the costs of these projects without taking funding from money that should be used elsewhere.
Is there any further discussion?
I really would just.
Trustee Gonzalez, go
Yes,
ahead.
if I may, I really would like to see it, because I still have that question. You know, when I first came on the board, supposedly the design was done, and then it wasn't, and then we invested it. So I know I've asked this before, and I don't know that we actually have a true accounting of, you know, how many times have we done a schematic design? How many committees? I mean, we even had one going on, and that's been just completely, you know, bulldozed over. So I still stand firm on that. We need to take a deeper dive into this, and it really does need to stop. And again, I'm not opposing a West Valley campus, but for God's sakes, you know, I know we heard earlier that it's only a 20-minute bus ride. Well, I actually had an opportunity, thanks to a friend of mine, that introduced me to a student that is from Desert Hot Springs. And they explained their day to me, and it wasn't that simple. They are taking a bus here, then they have to find something to do because it takes too long to go back home while they're waiting for their next class to start. They're incurring costs because now you're having to buy food or whatnot. So there's a whole lot more than just a 15-minute bus ride here. You know, I know it sounds good when you hear it, but that's not reality. So I still stand firm in that we should table this and really take a deeper dive into this.
Madam Chair, if I can. I'm a student, you know, from Indio, and I've, you know, been take the bus from Indio to here. It could be from 30 to 40 minutes, and I could imagine Desert Hot Springs being an issue of trying to get the bus from there to here. You know, my sister works at Eisenhower and she has to go all the way to India, and she explains how she has to take 2 buses, which could be an hour and 20 minutes at sometimes. So students should be able to have easy access to these locations and education at their hands instead of, pushing a lot of time out because of a bus ride.
Okay, anybody else want to chime in? Trustee Oden? Right now, we have a motion on to table this. And could I ask, President Garcia, I always look up, I don't know why. President Garcia, could you explain to us exactly what it is we would be tabling?
You would be tabling the contract that would help us to continue move forward with the project in alignment with the new timeline. And I do want to take the opportunity to recognize that Trustee Gonzalez requested that information. However, our new VP of Administrative Services is trying to understand the expenses related to both bonds. And he is getting a report ready to present to the board, but you are impacting the project moving forward. But as I stated, the information that was requested was not provided because VP Garcia is getting familiar with the budgets and expenses for both bonds.
And the project that we're talking about specifically, is that the one that the meeting was on yesterday?
Correct. So you're specifically impacting the Palm Springs development project.
Okay. So is there any further discussion at this time? This is a motion that's, we're looking at is to table this project, and there's no deadline date, right? That could make it indefinite. So is there any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student Trustee Sarko?
This is to table.
I'm sorry, can I get an elaboration just one more time, exactly what I'm voting on?
Yes. What this is a motion to table this section 4, which is the Palm Springs campus. And there's no deadline date. There's nothing that we're tabling it specifically for. It's just a motion to table at this time. And that's basically what it is. It would table. It would freeze everything in the Palm Springs. But there's no date set.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. Did you hear that, President Garcia?
Yes.
Okay.
Student, thank you, Student Trustee Sarko. Trustee Oden?
No.
Trustee Kinnaman?
No.
Trustee Perez?
Yes, but if I may, Madam Chair, with a little explanation, the reason why I'm voting yes is because, and it's not to create more delays, it's just because all of our constituency is paying for this bond, and the way it's being distributed, it's not equitable for all of our constituents. So it's not to create more delays. I'm just simply asking our staff to get a little creative as to how it is that we're moving money around. Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, I vote to table.
And Trustee Stefan?
I'm voting no because I think we've delayed enough, and I think that we can get creative at the same time for the next month and bring back all those figures and things that we have been requesting.
Motion fails.
Okay, so right now we have, the motion to table has failed. Is there a new motion for section 4?
Madam Chair, the motion on the table is to approve. This table failed, so you go back to the
Oh,
previous, which is
so it goes back to the previous one. Okay. So now the motion on the table is to approve section 4. Is there a second?
Second.
there's already a second, ma'am.
I'll make the
Oh,
motion.
no, there wasn't a second.
Yeah, so when you originally put it on the
Oh.
agenda, it was moved by trustee Kinnaman and seconded by trustee Oden.
Oh, they're very, 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 very early on. But that was before we divided.
Correct, but
Okay.
that motion still carries.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that one's still there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded to approve this. Is there any more discussion?
I would just, if I may, Madam Chair, I would just like to state that I will not ever vote on something that I know is going to put the college in the financial situation that we have already been warned that is going to happen. And I just want my, constituents and all the students to know that I fought the good fight. I'm, doing the best I can to ensure that there's equity and accessibility to all. But, majority rules, but I'm going to stand where I stand and vote no.
Any further discussion? I would like to say something. I've been on this board for 24 years. I was here when we passed the first bond measure. I was here when we passed the second bond measure. And it was always the intent that the money would be divided throughout the valley. Different things happened throughout that time that precluded us from spending money in areas where we wanted to spend it at the time. And hopefully today, I know there was a meeting over in Mecca Thermal area with the water district, looking at infrastructure of water and sewage systems. And I would hope that something moved finally in that direction over there today. I don't know what's going on over there with that meeting, but I will be looking into it when I get home tonight. The other thing is, the longer we delay, the more things go up. The more things go up, the less we're able to do. And I know that when we were looking at the Indio campus originally, that very first building, that it was brought to the board that we would never fill that up within 10 years. The day that we dedicated that building, we knew we were beyond capacity. The day we opened the doors, we were way beyond capacity, and we were criticized throughout the valley because we had not built it larger. We built it as large as the state of California would allow us. So I don't have a crystal ball, but I'll tell you, if we build it, and I said it then about Indio, and I believe it about every campus that we could build in this valley, if we build it, they will come. It's like with the baseball game, the movie that they made. And I really believe we'll be able to fill up that campus. And if we work harder, we need to get creative with the buses. Originally, we could not get a student from the Salton Sea or the Coachella end of the valley anywhere over to this campus. When we opened up the Indio campus, we were able to get more bus service. No, it's not a good thing. It takes forever. Trust me, I had car damage and I had to take my car to Big O in Cathedral City, and I had to get home to Indio. It took me half a day, and I had to walk from bus station to bus station because I didn't know where they were and what the times were. And that's ridiculous. But that's the way it is right now in the valley. But we can work with the buses. We've worked with them before, and we can get things different. Or maybe we can come up with something that's more creative, a better system. And so I'm going to go ahead and vote to move forward with this because I think we owe it to everyone in the valley. We have special projects that we want to have at that Palm Springs campus, and we need to get them going because there are students throughout this valley that will benefit. If we have to get our own van service going or our own bus service, so be it. Let's do that so that anybody that wants to go to that campus and get trained can do it. It's like getting the nursing students here to the main campus. If we have to get a bus service to bring students in, let's do it. I know I've driven up to Desert Hot Springs to help students out and bring them down to this campus and driven them myself in my own clunky cars. So, we can do a lot of things, people, but we have to get together and we have to figure out what to do. And being creative, Trustee Perez, I think that's the best solution in the world. Let's figure out what we can do to make it work. Okay?
Can I make one final?
Yes.
comment, Chair? I just wanted to point out regarding the meeting that's going on with the Water District. So I know that in previous meetings, we actually had access to minutes and whatnot, where back then, I believe it was it 8 million, Ruben, do you remember, from the documentation? There was minutes of the meetings back then, community meetings. I think there was an $8 million fee to connect to the sewer. And this college at that time.
But it wasn't in the middle of the street. It was way over.
Well, regardless though,
Yeah.
but that investment there back then, which I'm sure is not $8 million anymore, would have allowed for an expansion and for courses to be offered at that campus that are actually what the community needs and not what the college thinks that the community wanted. So, just point of clarification, right? Where, this discussion could go on for a really, really long time. I just, again, really appreciated the model that was presented to us where we had a city that was willing to, donate a portion of the surrounding businesses' taxes to support the college. Even after, we're hoping if you build it, they will come. But if they don't, then, for me, it's going to be good because the record will show that I was responsible and I voted responsibly, but neither here nor there. Like I said, majority rules, and I stand where I stand.
Chair Stephanie, can I correct my colleague? There was not $8 million set aside, and it may have been a cost of, but we tried to work with the county supervisor and his chief of staff and others to address that issue, and they were unable to help us get through the red tape to get to Mechathermal with infrastructure.
Yeah, minutes indicate otherwise, but this
I'd love to
isn't
see
the
him.
space
Why
for
don't
it.
you shoot a copy over to me?
This isn't the space for it.
Yes.
You're in the middle of discussion about
Discussion.
the item. Nope, you were still discussing.
Discussion on the vote. If I could, Madam Chair. I take this position here quite seriously. There's a biblical passage that says, where there is no vision, the people perish. We had a vision, and I'm dealing with constituents who still see that vision very vividly. And initially, to show the commitment from the city, we purchased the land up to, I think it was $5 million to support what was the vision at that time. So there's a commitment. And not only do I know there's a commitment, it's my responsibility to go back to my constituents. And where there is a shortfall, we'll have to assume that. And they'll have to assume the responsibility of helping us fill those classrooms. So I'm not shying away from the commitment any way at all. And I'm assuming the responsibility to make sure that it happens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Okay, let's if there's no further discussion, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Sarko,
Oh, does anybody want me to repeat the question? What we're voting on is to approve section 4 of this, to move forward with the Palm Springs plans. Okay. Did you want to, you know what you're voting on, right? Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Student.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
okay, and you stated aye, just to be correct. Trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Not voting.
trustee Gonzalez,
No.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, this brings us on to,
Madam Chair, if I could clarify, Trustee Perez, did you say like abstain? Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to action agenda item 15.01. This is the employment agreement for the interim superintendent president. It is now time to consider item 15.01 on the agenda, wherein it is recommended that the board approve the employment agreement for the interim superintendent president. The board has offered the position of interim superintendent president to Laura Hope, who is currently serving as Associate Superintendent of Instruction and Instructional Effectiveness at the Chaffey Community College District. The board made the offer to Ms. Hope after conducting interviews with 4 candidates for the position at the board's June 1st special board meeting. Ms. Hope comes to College of the Desert with 34 years of experience in the California Community College system, working as a community college faculty member, academic dean, executive vice chancellor, and associate superintendent. Throughout her career, Hope has led a number of innovative efforts at Chaffey College in Rancho Cucamonga, including the Puente Project, Turning Point, an associate's degree program in the California Institution for Women and the California Institution for Men, Chaffey's Success Center Network, the Faculty Success Center, and Classified Success Network. In August 2017, Hope began serving as Executive Vice Chancellor for Educational Services at the California Community College's Chancellor's Office in Sacramento. During that time, she introduced and led major reforms, including guided pathways, the student-centered funding formula, the Student Equity and Achievement Program, and AB 705 implementation, among other efforts. In 2019, she returned to Chaffey College to advance developmental education reforms, guided pathways, implementation, dual enrollment, and distance education expansion, improve equitable hiring practices, and enrollment systems. She is also on the leadership team to implement the construction of 2 new campus sites, including a brand-new campus in Ontario, California, and the flagship building on the Rancho Cucamonga campus. The Library and Learning Commons, which will house the library, success centers, faculty success center, and the innovation center. Beyond her scope as a college leader, Laura Hope also serves as the Inland Empire Region 9 Chief Instructional Officer, representative of the statewide CIO board. She serves on the Learning Lab Board, serving California Community College Foundation. She was founding leader for RP Group's effort, Leading the Middle, co-authored the textbook published by Josie Bass titled Student Success in Community Colleges, A Practical Guide to Developmental Education, which won the Merits Award for Research from the RP Group, and she served on the executive board for the Inland Empire Desert Regional Consortium, supporting work-based learning and employment growth. This recommended action will approve the employment agreement between the district and Ms. Hope, with her employment commencing on July 1, 2023, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C. A summary of the terms of the agreement include an annual salary of $355,000, a $1,000 a monthly housing allowance, as Ms. Hope will be securing temporary housing in the Coachella Valley during the term of her employment agreement, sick leave of 1 day per month, 23 days annually of vacation with pay, 12 days annually of general leave, and the same medical, health, and welfare benefits as other administrative personnel. Do I have a motion to approve item 15.01 as presented?
So moved.
It's been moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none,
Chair, if I may, I
okay, I'm
want to
sorry.
thank our council for all the great work that she did in getting us to this place. She worked long hours, and I really appreciate her good work. Thank you.
And
I would like to also thank the trustees for the time and effort that everyone put into this effort working together. Thank you, everyone.
anyone else? If we could have a roll call vote, please, President Garcia?
Student trustee Circle,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is 16.01, public employee appointment, academic directors and executive directors. It is now time to consider item, oh, wait a minute, we pulled, this has been knocked off.
All items 16, so we'll go straight to 17.01.
I didn't cross it off my list. I'm sorry. Big mess up here. 17.01. Okay, here we are. Okay, 17.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.01 as presented? This is
So
budget.
moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? And a second by trustee Oden. Thank you, trustee Perez, for making that motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student trustee Circle,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez, trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, President Garcia. Next item is 17.02, 2023-2024 tentative budget. Before we take action, I'd like to invite Rodrigo Garcia, Vice President of Administrative Services, and Diana Guajaro, Interim Director of Fiscal Services, to present item 22.02. And Guy, you guys are boom, right there. Magic. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. Before I start, I just wanted to thank Dean and the students for their presentation earlier. It was very informative and, I think it's a really important topic. But with that, we're going to go ahead and start with the tentative budget. The tentative budget is really a rollover budget for the district in order to continue operation while we continue closing the books. So normally for us, we're closing the books throughout July, and then we're doing budget development for a proposed budget during August, and we will bring the actual proposed budget to the board in September. So basically this just so we could continue operations. With that, do you want me to have the clicker? Sorry, I forgot. See, we run to the table so quick. I forgot. I don't know if it's working. Okay, can we go back one slide, please? There we go. Okay, thank you. So overall economic backdrop. So the overall economic continues to decline. The state revenue right now is lower than we anticipated in January. The actual budget deficit for the state increased to $31.5 billion. Some of the factors for that is inflation, downturn in the stock market, primarily technology, high interest rates, real estate slowdown. Some of the other items that we have to also think about this is looking at revenue, anticipating revenue. And although we did have, you can see here in 2022, tax filing deadlines were delayed in certain counties from April to October. So although they're estimating revenues, they're still not quite sure what the revenues will be until that income revenue comes in October. So that's still an unknown factor. Next slide, please. So the state budget, Prop 98 was reduced from prior year by $68 million. $52 million of that is for community colleges. There is an ongoing investment for COLA of 8.22%. A portion, only certain handful of categoricals have that COLA applied to them. As you can see here is adult ed, EOPS, DSPS, CalWorks, childcare. The state and the chancellor's office is working on with the governor to see if COLA can be included with all categoricals, but at this point in time is only for these specific categorical programs. There is additional funding, I'm sorry, so there's a 0.5% of growth for the student funding, center funding formula. There's only a couple new items for new revenue. One of them is the LGBTQ plus pilot program. There's $10 million set aside statewide for this program. There's also an increase of $4.2 million for the Equal Opportunity Program. And all these numbers are statewide numbers, so just so you have a reference, when I'm referencing statewide numbers, usually for College of the Desert, it's about 0.9% of that number. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the one-time funds that is being allocated is there's $100 million for retention and re-enrollment strategies. Last year, there was $150 million earmarked to community colleges. So although it went down by $50 million statewide, they're still including an additional $100 million for this year. There is $14 million for workforce training program. One of the biggest impacts that we're having right now is deferred maintenance, which also includes instructional equipment and COVID-19 block grant. For 23-24, that has been completely eliminated. So there's no funding for either of those categories. And to make things worse, for 22-23, the funds that we were allocated for this year, they're actually rolling back over 50% of it. So as you can see here, for deferred maintenance is about $452 million. For COVID-19 block grant is $344 million. And what that means to College of the Desert is a little bit over $4 million for deferred maintenance and a little bit over $3 million for COVID-19 block grant. That's another thing that the Chancellor's Office and the League is working with the governor to see if instead of rolling them back, which means a lot of these funds, and you'll see in the numbers later, the amounts that we received were so big, there's probably hardly any community college in the state that actually spent all the money. So where you're asking them to give money back that they've already spent. But what they're trying to work is if they could defer these funds. So instead of not just cutting them and rolling them back, is not paying them out for this year and just paying them out for the following year. So that's still in conversations. So with that, we could go to the next slide. So these are the assumptions that we took for the College of the Desert budget for 23-24. So cost of living adjustment of 8.13. As you noticed in my previous slides, it was 8.22. During the budget development, all we knew was of 8.13. When we found out about the 8.22, it was so far into the process that we didn't feel it was efficient to go back and change all the numbers. But if 8.22 sticks by June 30th, that will be incorporated, or whatever the number will be incorporated into the adopted budget in September. At this point, we are budgeting no growth. So funding remains flat. There is an increase to PERS, and we're still continuing to monitor the 50% law where we're having some challenges with. So some of the assumptions that we use for the projected years is for 24-25, using the school service dartboard, they have an estimated statutory COLA of 3.54. That was incorporated. For 25-26, although there is a statutory COLA estimated, of course, because until we get to the year, we really don't know what that COLA is going to be. We didn't estimate any COLA. And the reason for that is based on the new funding formula, after 24-25, if any college does not reach the same funding level, and that doesn't necessarily mean just FTS, but dollar amount that you're currently funded at 24-25, the district, even if there is a statutory COLA at the state level and in the system, those districts will not receive that COLA. So that was one of the stipulations. So those are things that we're gonna have to keep an eye out when we're getting to 25-26. So we did not, at this point in time, incorporate COLA in revenues or expenses. And again, no growth beyond COLA for 24-25. Maintaining middle college and center status for 23-24, we kept it there and on the following years as well. But that's something else that we're gonna have to keep an eye out because starting in 23, 24, they will re-bench where we're at. So basically whatever we report. So at this point in time, middle college is 10,000 FTS and above. Center status is 1,000 FTS and above. At this point in time, if we look at our numbers for this current year, 22, 23, we are below both those numbers. It doesn't affect us this year because we're under the emergency provision, but starting next year, if we report below those numbers, we will have 3 years in order to actually increase above those numbers. If we don't increase within the next 3 years, what that means is that we would be recategorized to a smaller college and we would actually lose our center status at Indio. And what that would mean is about $1.9 million for each of those. So potentially it could be a close to $4 million decrease in our base allocation if we don't get back to those numbers. The good thing about this is that it does not take a 3-year average like our other funding. As long as you're above those numbers, you're good. So we'll have 3 years to get above that. And based on the numbers that I've been seeing, we're trending up, which is a good thing. STIRS rates projected to level off after 23, 24, and PERS rates continue to increase slightly throughout the following years. Yes.
Just a quick question before I forget it and you move on. For that emergency provision, if we dip down 1 year, or if we dip down next year, right, and we have those 3 years, if we go up if we go up to maintain center status that next year, and then for whatever reason we lose enrollment that the year after that, does it start back over again, or
Yes.
it does?
Yes, so
Okay.
it does. You don't want to automatically drop. So it's kind of like a lot of college, you will see when that's how they're doing the borrowing of summer, but yes. So as long as you're up, that time period starts again. The 3-year period. If we could go back to there we go. Okay, next slide, please. So as you can see here, so here's a, 20,000 foot level picture of our general fund. So as you can see here, unrestricted funds, we are just budgeting a very, very small deficit of a little bit over $10,000. The restricted funds looks a little weird in the sense of you see a $2.6 million deficit. The reason for that is what I mentioned before. So we received a significant amount of money in COVID-19 block grant last year. So all the revenue was recognized in this current year. All those funds were not spent. So we carry forward the expenses, but not the revenue. So that's why it looks like we're overspending, because truly we received all the funds this year, but since we haven't spent them, we have to continue taking the budgets of the expense side for the following years to keep spending. So that's the reason for the big deficit as far as budgeted. So if we go to the next slide, we focus on unrestricted. So that blue column that you see there, again, I want to state this is estimated actuals. So that $3.2 million of surplus is an estimate because we haven't finished with all the expenditures in June, and we still haven't done all the closing entries that we need to do throughout July. So that's to be determined. But once we have that information, we'll be able to roll the carryover balance, but that doesn't really change our 23-24 tentative budget. And as you can see there in 24-25, the projected budget includes in revenues and expenses the 8.13 COLA. The reason you see a $1.7 million deficit there is because the expenses also include step and column increases that obviously are not supported by COLA. And for our district, that's about 1.9% increase in average. So that's why you see that difference. And then moving forward for 25-26, we did not incorporate COLA, but you can see our deficit continues to grow because we continue to incur the step and column increases for our expenses. So that's why you see that number. And again, all these numbers are projections with us not growing. If we end up growing, these numbers will be better as far as the deficit is concerned. Next slide, please. So it's just some budget highlights. Reductions in revenues are more than we previously anticipated in January. Funding for K-12s and community colleges continue to decrease. There's a significant reduction in one-time funds. Some of our risks are obviously enrollment decline, the possible loss of middle college and status of our center status, and a possible recession. You know, we never know. Next slide, please. So this is just, I wanted to give the board just a high level picture of, you know, our past history for FTS. So as you can see here, well, I can't read it from here, but we're a little bit over 1,400 FTS lower than we were in 1920. So all these numbers represent annual, so the actual FTS that we claimed, other than that last column. The last column is P2 because we haven't reported annual yet. So at this point, we are a little bit of 1,442 FTS lower than we were in 1920 at annual, which was 10,732. But one of the things that I want to share with you is that our Emergency Provision Act is what it actually funds us at is at P1 of 1920. So P1 of 1920 was actually even higher than that 10,000. It was 11,272, I believe. So that's the benchmark that we're looking at in order to be able to reach that goal in order to get COLA. And again, it's not solely based on FTS because really what they're looking at is a dollar amount, not FTS. And as we know, our funding is not just based on FTS, and even if it was, FTS has a lot of different categories. There's credit, non-credit, enhanced credit, and it depends what the students that we serve, their socioeconomics, their success rates. There's a lot of different components that will get us to that dollar amount. So there's a lot of different ways we can strategize to get that dollar amount up without necessarily only looking at increase of FTS. Next slide, please. So the budget process, as I mentioned before, there was a January budget from the governor. There was a May revise, just happened last month. Through May and June, the legislation starts negotiating on what was in the May revise. Hopefully by today, they should be, the House and the Senate should be reconciling those differences. You know, we are here today to adopt the tentative budget. On June 30th, or before, the governor will adopt the state budget. And from July moving forward, there's going to be a lot of trailer bills. And then we will bring the budget to the board on September 15th. A lot of things that we need to understand is that although the budget is adopted June 30th, there is still a lot of work and a lot of information that the state still has to do to give us information. So although it's adopted June 30th, a lot of times we don't get the actual detailed information until September or past. Next slide, please. So final thoughts, you know, unprecedented time continues for community colleges. You know, the state budget details are still being worked out, as I mentioned. So our single focus is going to be enrollment. And again, that doesn't necessarily mean just get more students here. It also means student retention. It also means converting part-time students to full-time students to help their success rates. So there's a lot of different ways we could look at our enrollment, not just by getting, you know, more headcount on campus. So with that, I think that is the last slide. I want to, before I ask for questions, I want to thank Diana and her staff. They did all the heavy lifting. I've been here for a month, so I just stepped in. So they did all the work. I want to thank her and her staff for everything that they did to put the budget together. So with that, I'll leave
Thank
it open
you,
for
Vice President Garcia and Diana. Are there any questions from the board at this time? We'll start over here with Student Trustee Zarco. Do you have any questions?
So you mentioned enrollment as overall, right? Not specifically online or in person. It's the whole thing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that means credit, non-credit, enhanced credit, everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, VP Garcia and Ms. Guijarro for that awesome presentation. I have a couple questions related to the funding opportunities that are out there. Are those one-time like competitive grant applications, or are they like a one-for-all type deal?
So it depends. So when we're focusing, primarily when we focus on the budgets, usually the unrestricted funds, which means it's just apportionment, our property tax. So the funding that you're talking about is more on the restricted side. So when you saw those two columns, that could be a lot of different things. There's grants that are 5-year grants, there's grants that are yearly grants. There are a lot of different things that we could bring in to enhance our student support, student enhancement, a lot of different things.
I guess specifically what I'm wondering about is like the LGBTQ plus dollars that are out there. Are those competitive?
No, so
dollars?
they're going to be based on FTS.
Okay.
So what the state's going to do is they're going to, not every grant's like that, but usually the grants that come from the state are based on a formula, and usually they're driven by FTS.
I see. Okay, thank you.
So that's why I say a lot of times when we're putting out state numbers, usually what I would do is take 0.9% of that number, and that's usually fairly close what College of the Desert would get.
Trustee Gonzalez?
No, I had a similar question, but that was the answer, because I know a lot of the conferences that we've been to, especially the ones up in DC, there's a lot of grants. And
Yeah,
a lot of
for
funding
the
now.
most part, anything that comes from the Chancellor's Office as far as categoricals that we're not actually applying for usually comes by FTS basis.
Thank you, and thank you for the thorough presentation. Thank you and your team.
Trustee Oden, questions?
Well, I probably would have had a lot of questions, but I went over a lot of this yesterday with President Garcia, so she really helped me. But thank you. You did clarify a few points that I had some concerns about, so thank you.
Trustee Kinman?
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple. And you might have touched on this, but I just want to go back and see if you can give me a little more insight in this. At the last conference I was at, they said hold harmless could go away, if things were really bad in the state. Now, I don't know if that will happen, and we're going to always hope that nothing bad ever happens. But if that does, what should our FTES be?
So just to be clear.
So that we aren't in
yeah.
trouble.
So unfortunately, unlike K-12s, we do not have, community colleges do not have automatic backfill. So K-12s get backfilled no matter what. So there is always, regardless of hold harmless, there's always a risk of deficit at the state, and they'll do a deficit factor across the state and basically cut every single college other than the basic aid districts. Our college is actually not on hold harmless. So if you look, hold harmless is based on the revenue that you were generating in 17, 18, I believe. And since 17, 18, we've actually grown. So our district is not in hold harmless, but we are being funded at that emergency provision amount. So it's not going to be necessarily an FTS target that we're shooting for. It's a dollar amount that we're shooting for. So there's our FTS and all the different components that I mentioned all calculate to a TCR, which is our total computational revenue. That's the number that we need to surpass. And that could be a many different ways of combinations. Like I said, it could be, because we could grow in FTS a lot, but if we grow in the wrong, like let's say we grow in non-credit, well, non-credit is significantly lower rate than credit or enhanced credit. So we could actually grow in FTS, but not really get additional funding because that rate's not there. So it all depends where we grow. It also who the students that we're serving. During the pandemic, we actually lost a lot of our marginally impacted students. Those students count higher when we serve them because based on Pell, AB 540, a lot of, they're higher in the rate. So if we could get those students back, that'll be an enhancement to our formula. So the formula is very tricky because it all depends what FTS are you growing, what students are you actually serving, and their outcomes. How are they getting through the system? So the main goal is me working with VP of Student Services and VP of Instruction, and soon our new interim superintendent will be our strategies to how are we going to work on this formula in order to get to that number.
Okay, thank you. A very informative and very well done presentation. I think everyone up here will concur with that. So I want to thank you again. If you'd please stay seated, so you don't have to be checking the boxes or something out there, or magicians. We have a few more items from your area that we will ask you to go over with us, if you don't mind. So at this time, do I have a motion to approve item 17.02 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? Okay. If we could have a roll call vote, please, President Garcia.
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden. Trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to 17.03, resolution number 061523-1, temporary loan. Before we take action, excuse me, I'd like to ask Vice President Garcia to provide an overview of this item. Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Please proceed.
Sure. So this is an item that we take to the board every year. It's a resolution that we need to submit to the county, and this is basically only for worst-case scenarios. It allows the county, if there's any cash flow issues between funds or between fund balances, the county does not allow any specific fund to go negative fund balance. So at that time, because of cash flows or timing issues, they do automatic backfills up to a certain point. So this resolution basically gives the authority to the county to be able to cover those funds while the other funds are coming in. So it's very rarely used. In my previous institution, the only time I've ever seen it used for was for the Child Development Fund. Usually that fund used to have cash flow issues, but it used to always get settled at the end of the year. So it's really a resolution to give the county the authority to be able to move funds, I know it's a lot of funds there, funds between other funds.
Thank you. Let's see, where am I? It's okay. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.03 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. President Garcia.
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And 17.04, resolution number 061523-2, adoption of wire transfer payments. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.04 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Vice President Garcia. I was kind of shocked about this, so could you just explain this to us very briefly? So-
Diana will go
Oh,
ahead.
Diana will.
This is just pretty much to have the appropriate parties to be allowed to sign off on wires within the district. So of course, it would be fiscal services, certain people appointed, of course, fiscal services, the president. And it's just so the county is aware of who is the allowable party.
Okay, and we didn't have this before, is that correct?
I believe it was in last year's June board meeting. But previously to that, I believe, so it's fairly new. Yeah.
Okay.
And that might be because the county in the past did not accept wire transfers.
Okay, so I hope that clarified it for anybody that had any questions on that. Seeing no discussion, could we have a roll call vote, please, President Garcia?
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And 17.05, resolution number 061523-3, appropriations subject to Proposition 4 GAN limitation. Before we take action, if I could ask VP Garcia to please provide an overview of this item as well. Thank you.
Sure. So this item is brought to the board every year. Basically, Proposition 4, as you read there, was something that was adopted in 1979, which basically was to cap government and school spending up to for that year, 78, 79, with increases to inflation and really headcount or population in the area. So throughout the years, we have to do this calculation that is provided to us. And basically, we take the actual higher of two amounts, our increase in enrollment, which kind of dictates our population, or our increase in taxes. So as you can see in our GAN limit here, the increase in taxes is a little bigger than our enrollment uses those factors. So that is the number that we're taking, that we're adopting. Just for your information, our current apportionment through the state is actually lower than that $90 million. If, in case you had any questions, it's about $88 million. So we're still below that cap. So basically, this is something, an exercise that we have to do every year just to, and there is provisions whether or not, it's usually the higher of the two. So for instance, if your enrollment goes down, but your property taxes to continue to go up, they still allow you to take the higher of the two amounts, or vice versa.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.05 as presented?
So moved.
I heard trustee Gonzalez, which is right here. It was second, please.
Second.
And thank you, trustee Kinnaman. Is there any discussion on this? Any other questions? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote? President Garcia?
Student trustee Sarko, motion carries unanimously.
And now we're to 17.06, resolution number 061523-4, adoption of education protection account funding and expenditures. Once again, Vice President Garcia, could we please have an overview of this item before we take action?
Sure. So this was dedicated based on Prop 30, and I think it was 2012. When the state was having some difficulties, it passed Prop 30, which increased our sales tax and our income tax. One of those provisions has now sunsetted, and I think there's only one left that goes through 2030. So basically, that wasn't for new funding. It was basically to bridge the gap of that deficit that the state was having. But in order to do that, districts had to, that number was identified by the state. The state lets you know, okay, this is your EPA revenue for this year. It's stated in our apportionment reports. And then what the districts have to do is, what we do is we identify all our, because it could only be spent on faculty. So what we do is we take all our faculty expenditures, not salaries and benefits, and apply it to this funding that we have. So basically, when we do that entry, we have to not only adopt it by the board, present it, and actually have it up in our website. So that's what this this item does, is just recognize that we are recognizing this revenue stream and how we're spending it. And it's being spent on completely all salary and benefits of faculty members.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.06 as presented?
So move.
Thank you. Trustee Perez, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Gonzalez. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. President Garcia.
Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. 17.07, FY 2025 to 2029. This is a 5-year capital outlay plan. And one last time, Vice President Garcia, if we could have an overview of this item before we take action.
Sure, and I'm going to invite John White to discuss this item.
Good afternoon. The approval of the 5-year construction plan is an action item for the board. The requests is mandatory. It's an annual update of the district's space utilization information and its priority capital projects, and it is updated annually. The information is reviewed by the trustees prior to submission of the plan, which will be signed with your endorsement by the superintendent president, and this is per ed code. In addition to being a useful tool for the district, the 5-year construction plan communicates to the state legislature through the Department of Finance and the Chancellor's Office, particularly for state-funded eligible projects, what our intentions are. And it takes into account our capacity or workload, productivity in 5 categories of space that are called out: lecture, laboratory, office, library, and audio, visual, TV, media. The 5-year construction plan measures the utilization of our facilities using previously established formulas adopted by the Chancellor's Office and the state. A similar process is used by Cal State and the UC system. The tool also compares demand for instruction and office space utilization. Enrollment projections are used to forecast need, which are calculated by the Chancellor's Office. And the state will only contribute capital dollars if the space need is demonstrated per formula. Traditionally, there has been a surplus of classroom and office space at College of the Desert and a small need for class lab space. That is true this year as well. We're over capacity for our classroom space, about 125% of what would show would be our allowance or need. But we're much closer when it comes to class labs and office of being on target. The annual 5-year capital construction plan is due to the Chancellor's Office on July 3rd, and it requires the board approval. The total value of the latest capital program over its life of multiple year, 5 years, a year ago was $438.3 million. It's funded through a combination of district resources and a small contribution for state eligible projects. To let you know, about 99% of our capital program is funded using the bonds. So 1% or just under 2% from the state, and that's our current profile. This year, the district resources that show the value is $676 million, that's rounded. And I'm going to just very briefly mention to you about the priority list, which is in the 5-year capital plan, the priority list of projects. So as is traditional, the projects are listed chronologically with continuing projects or projects in design as the highest priority. Therefore, Palm Springs Development Project is followed by the Athletics Stadium and Fields, which is followed by the Science Building Renovation Project, and so on. All 6 of the continuing projects are by definition the highest priority projects for the district. A 7th project is proposed in this plan, which is an Indio surface parking lot project, which did appear in last year's plan, but at a larger scope and budget. The project is now a surface parking lot only without a parking structure. This reduces the number of spaces from 361 spaces to 234 spaces and reduces the total project budget from $27.8 million to $5.1 million. With completion still planned for 2027-28, subject to funding. Obviously, this additional parking is in conjunction with the new facilities being constructed and coming online in Indio. It's also in cooperation with the city of Indio, where we've had a longstanding memorandum of understanding to provide parking for our own students, staff, and faculty. Projects 8 through 11 represent desired projects for the future that will require more extensive feasibility and cost studies, and funding would need to be identified. One of the future projects, the Liberal Arts Building renovation, may qualify for partial state funding based mainly on its age and the building and configuration of space, which is no longer ideally configured for teaching. Since last year, there has been a shift toward online learning away from classroom learning, and this affects space standards and space allocations calculated for the district. So for example, a decrease in enrollment using in-person facilities lessens the need for construction or space on a physical campus. A comparison of, I already mentioned about we're still showing about 125% excess, the standard for classrooms. Given the age of facilities, particularly those on the Palm Desert campus, it should be expected that there will be a need to plan and pay for ongoing maintenance and operations, deferred maintenance, and capital renewal. Many of these expenses are eligible for bond funding, but only if bonds are available. The state is providing less support for operations and maintenance of plant funds compared to the past 2 years, although historically this category of funding for districts has been underfunded. And that concludes my formal remarks. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah. And one of the things I want to reiterate of what Mr. White said is it's very important to have these projects on this list, because if we ever want to submit an IPP, an initial project proposal, or FPP to the state for funding, if it's not on this list, they won't even consider it. So it's important to, on a yearly basis, just review this list, see where we're at. If we don't think we're going to submit something in the next 5 years, there's no point in putting it in there, because we're just really taking up a space. But it is really important to have information in there, specifically if you're going to ask for funds from the state. And as he mentioned before, deferred maintenance has always been an issue on the community colleges. The last 2-3 years, we've been getting a lot of money, but I could tell you the previous 5-6 years, we were getting nothing. So that means it's up to the colleges to figure out how to pay for their own deferred maintenance. And as you know, I come from a campus that was built in 1913, and you know this campus is old as well. You know, things come up. One emergency could be $1 million.
Do we have any questions at this time from any of the board members? Trustee Perez?
Yeah, one question. John, you mentioned that we downscaled the parking structure that we were thinking about building in Indio. What was the space differential again?
The reduced scope changes and reduces the number of parking spaces constructed from 361 spaces to 234 spaces. Our demand for spaces is greater than either of these numbers, but it is an attempt to work as best we can as with our impact with our facilities. As we're growing our facilities, we need to provide more parking, and that's our MOU with the city of Indio. So this will at least improve the situation. And, you know, I'll also say that we will see what the demand is, because there is a change in terms of a shift away from in-person attendance for classrooms and instruction versus not. This particular site could definitely be developed further in the future, and a parking structure could be added or placed on this site, which was one of the options that was studied. It's just at this time, we don't believe that we have, there doesn't appear to be bond funding for that, and it's very expensive on a cost per space basis. So this is the most affordable option to go forward and keeps us on track with the timing that we had always discussed with the city.
Madam Chair. So that's just surface parking, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
Is the plan for the design of that surface parking to be prepared for expansion, perhaps even for structured parking in the next phase?
Yes, we have an option that the architect has prepared that could convert it, particularly to a hybrid solution, where we would maintain part of it as as surface parking, but also construct on it a new parking structure. So that would increase the capacity beyond what this is on the current site. It's just that it would be subject to, it would have an increased budget and you would want to find the funding for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this was our best shot at being able to increase parking. So the land that we're talking about is actually city-owned land, so it's not our land. So this we thought was the best thing we could do and the quickest thing we could do, because as John mentioned, it doesn't seem like a lot, but a parking structure right now is probably trending to a cost of between $30,000 and $38,000 a space. So you could just imagine, if you're doing a parking structure, it could easily cost you $30 to $40 million. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's the cost.
Chairman Steps.
Yeah, so I guess again, we're seeing us cutting corners, for lack of better words, if you will, with other capital projects in order to fund a bigger project. Because I can tell you right now that the city of Indio is not very happy with this downscale parking lot. They feel that we've made a commitment to them, they've worked with us, and we've made a promise to them, and we are backing out on our promise here. So I just wanted to put that out there for us to keep in mind as we're having these discussions.
Yeah, and we've met with the city manager of Indio.
Chair, may I make one additional comment that, so I wanted to point out that we are providing additional parking as part of the expansion project itself. So about 150 spaces coming on board with the Indio expansion project. So this is on top of that.
Chairman, I did want to follow up. Thank you. I want to follow up on Trustee Perez's comments because I've heard similar concerns and had several meetings as well. Are we, and said I'd go back and read the MOU and let's see what we committed to. Are we meeting what we committed to in this, what we're looking
So
at?
the memorandum of understanding does not speak to numbers of spaces. It speaks to the cooperation between the city and the college, as we both have a mutual desire to increase parking in the downtown core. So they're also interested, they're particularly as they grow and develop, the city's concern primarily is if our students were parking on the streets, that's fewer parking spaces for the commercial district and such down there. But, just as we're slowed in development, they've been somewhat just, it's one thing to have plans, it's another thing to get your facilities built and actually generate the demand. So, I would point out to you that I think that we are following the spirit of the memorandum of understanding. The city would like to continue to work actively with us. They did comment to us that if that project could be accelerated in timing, it would be appreciated. They also communicated to us the desire, if it was possible, to move beyond a memorandum of understanding to something more formal. And that might be addressing part of what you've heard.
It is, especially the timing, because they have some pretty aggressive plans.
Correct.
At one point, there was some discussion about public-private partnership related to a structure. Has there been any additional exploration around that?
No, there has not.
Okay. Will there be?
Well, I would say part of that is we have to work very closely with the city because the city owns the property. So it's not just us wanting to endorse some type of public-private relationship, but we would have to work very closely with the city to see what could be done, given that they own the property.
Right, but like a revenue share of some sort or something like that.
Yes, I think that's part of the reason the city wants to continue to have ongoing discussions with us and not like once a year discussions.
Yeah, and we continue to have collaborative meetings as far as share use of the space, not only for College of the Desert, but also for the city employees. And obviously, when there's not a huge demand by our students for the actual downtown city and all the new development that's happening there, to be able to utilize that space as well.
Any other questions?
If I may, I had a similar question that Trustee Kinnaman asked about, us exploring partnerships, because I would hate for our students to park somewhere and then get a ticket. And I know the city of Indio is expanding that area as well. So I think it's going to get a little hairy there. Just to echo the comment made by Trustee Perez, like I already stated, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I definitely don't think that Palm Springs project will come in at the price tag that's been set on it. And, it is just going to be really interesting to see what else is going to be impacted. So, not a question for you, sir, just a comment. But I think it is worth exploring shared costs possibly with the cities, whether it be Cathedral City, Palm Springs, Indio, Coachella, wherever we have one. I think that, I would hate for our students to end up with parking tickets.
If there's no other discussion, could we have a roll call vote? President Garcia.
Sure. Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee
Chair.
Kinnaman,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you don't have a motion on the table.
Oh, well, how'd we get a discussion?
Because you asked for the presentation prior to the,
Oh, and then I just went, I asked for questions.
yes.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize. Okay. I got ahead of myself, huh? Okay, so before we vote, and I apologize to everybody, do I have a motion to approve item 17.07 as presented?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now, any further discussion?
Yes,
Yes.
I just want to be assured on the parking, it is being developed where it can be expanded. Where it can be expanded. Like, yes. Okay. That's all I needed.
Anything else? Anyone? Seeing none. Now we can have a roll call vote, and I apologize, President Garcia.
no worries. Student trustee Sarko,
Yes.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
She's out of her seat for a moment.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. And I want to thank Vice President Garcia, and I want to thank Mr. John White. Thank you very much. Very informative and very well done presentation. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
both of you. And thank you for the roll call vote the second time there, President Garcia. Apologize again. Now we move down to 18.01. We're in information items from the Board of Trustees, 18.01. June 2023 Capital Projects Report per Resolution 012122-3. This item is brought to the board today as information, and it is in your binder. At this time, I'd like to invite Robert Rosher, Program Manager from MAS, to present an overview of the report. Robert, oh, God, you guys are fast. I don't even get to read the thing. You're right there. Johnny on the spot.
We're trying to help
Okay.
you.
There you go.
Okay. Well, thank you again for having me here, Chair Stefan, trustees. Dr. Garcia, wherever you are. If we're ready, we'll go ahead and get right into it. You will see some positive movement in this report this month, and you will also see that a few of the items I discuss will effectively be progress from when this report was finalized in its draft. So I'm going to give you a little bit of information that isn't actually on the page. If we could, let's see, is this gonna, okay. We'll do it this way. Let's go to the next page, please. Very good. So we currently have 3 significant projects at the Palm Desert campus, including one at the McCallum Theater, which I'll discuss. We know about the Palm Springs Development Project and Roadrunner Motors in Cathedral City, and then finally the 2 Indio projects, the campus expansion and the Child Development Center, flanking the existing building. So let's go to the next page. We'll start with the Athletic Stadium and Fields project. We are pleased to report that the project is currently on track and is with the Division of the State Architect. We have received preliminary comments from DSA, and we are working through getting those satisfied and getting the plans resubmitted this month. So that project is very well on track.
Is there a way we can have this blown up? We don't have hard copies.
It should be in the back. Isn't it in the back of your binder?
Chair Stefan, we only provide printed copies for trustees that request it.
Oh, I apologize, and yes, we'll request that we blow that up for everybody. If we
Okay,
can do
this is
that.
my request.
I'm so sorry. I just assumed since I,
Sorry about that, Robert.
No, thank you.
And then, yeah, if we can have just a full screen of the presentation, that would be, I think that'll suffice.
is that better?
Yes.
Now we can read it.
All right.
We don't have that eye candy thing to put in front of
Much
us.
better.
I'm sorry.
Very good. So the McCallum Theater asphalt project, this is listed with activities starting in Q2. I'm sure many of you saw the fences around the parking lot. That work is actually underway right now, and it's going very well. This is a collaborative effort with the McCallum Theater, and I just wanted to say thank you to Robert McConaughey and his team. They've been great partners to work with so far. We can go to the next one. The Palm Springs Development Project, as noted this morning in Dr. Kinnaman's comments, the schematic design phase for the project as delineated by the February action of this board was completed as of yesterday. We gave the final public Brown Act meeting report and had great cooperation from our city representatives. That project is now moving directly into the design development phase, and we anticipate that the schedule shown in this report will hold solid, and we will be ready to occupy the campus right at the beginning of 2027 in time for the spring term. The next project on the list is Roadrunner Motors in Cathedral City. I'm pleased to report that the design development phase for this project is actually complete, and we have made our presentation to Executive Cabinet and received approval to move forward into the construction documents phase and move directly into bidding and construction. Next project, please. The Indio campus expansion is now getting back on track after the issues that we've talked about previously with the steel contractor. We're very pleased to say that the heavy steel construction is nearly complete, and they are also doing extensive concrete work on site. It's quite a thing to see if you get a chance to take a look at it, and it's moving along now at hopefully a slightly accelerated pace as we try to make up for a little bit of lost time. The next project then, of course, is kind of the part 2 of the Indio campus expansion, and we'll continue to report it but won't have much to say about it. It's already approved by DSA and ready to go once we complete the new building. All right. The final project then is the Indio Child Development Center. There's a lot of activity going on at this project right now. We are getting the final pieces in place to have the building fully enclosed and begin the interior finishes, which are really the last phase of the project. If you take a look at it now, you'll see there's a lot of activity, a lot of work going on, both inside and outside, and we're very pleased with the progress of this project as well. So that concludes our report for this month. However, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer.
Any trustees have any questions on this? I've got a really big one. So the Inyo Child Development Center, it says construction ends the third quarter of 2023, and we're gonna move in.
So reading between the lines on the question there, we are seeing significant delays in the global market for electronic components. And in this case, the direct impact is to our air conditioning units. We have put measures in place to provide temporary air conditioners by means of the contractor who's responsible for the permanent ones. I will say that our confidence level regarding that contractor's delivery of the final units is lower than it should be. We anticipate that there will continue to be a challenge there. So what we're doing is working with the engineers and the contractors to see if there's a way to get the building complete using the temporary equipment, and then, even after the building is occupied, swap out those temporary air conditioners for the final ones. That plan is in play now, and I am pleased to report that the contractor, Couts, which is an outfit that has done a great deal of work with us in the past, is being very cooperative. So there is a concern, but we are addressing it. Does that answer the question?
Does it look like before the end of 2023, we will be able to move in then or not?
That is our hope. Now, I have to be completely honest. The delay that we've seen so far is absolutely unprecedented. Those units were ordered in May of last year, and they were supposed to be delivered in January. And the delay, or the delivery date has been delayed numerous times. The thing that is perhaps noteworthy here is that we have checked with every conceivable source to verify the global impact of what we're seeing. And it's a unanimous return across the board. Everyone understands this is where we are. This is part of the post-COVID fallout. So.
Okay. So, bring it, let's see. Oh, this is just a report. Oh. So there are no other questions from any of the board members? Thank you very much, Robert. That was very informative, and I didn't like the last answer, but that doesn't matter. Nobody's trying to please me post-COVID, are they?
No.
So thank you very, very much, okay?
Thank you.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed. Okay, so moving on. This is information regarding human resources. CSEA MOU, permanent work year increase, disabled students programs and services, DSP&S assistant. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, moving on. 19.02 CSEA MOU, permanent work year increase public safety officers. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? And 19.03 CSEA MOU, healthcare plan addition. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on. And this is 20.01, information for administrative services. Administrative procedure 3721, virtual private network, VPN. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we're now to information for instruction 21.01, administrative procedure 40 31, textbook adoption. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? And 21.02, Administrative Procedure 4111, posthumous degrees. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none. 21.03, Academic Senate Resolutions. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none. And that brings us to our study session, 22.01, the Basic Needs Center. At this time, I'd like to invite Jocelyn Vargas, Basic Needs Center Manager, to present this item. Jocelyn, please proceed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Jocelyn Vargas. I want to, first of all, thank you, board members, Executive Cabinet, Dr. Garcia. Thank you again for the opportunity to share a little bit about our basic needs centers, the progress that we've made. As a new initiative, I do want to acknowledge that, there's always opportunity for growth, improvement. So we're all constantly adapting to make sure that we're serving student needs. So yes, I want to start off by sharing a little bit of what we've been doing. So really, Assembly Bill 132 has provided the framework for the launch of our basic needs centers. AB 132 defines basic needs as anything pertaining to housing, food, clothing, hygiene items, technology, and the list goes on. AB 132 mandated that educational institutions increase access to both on-campus and off-campus resources for students. Prior to AB 132, COD was providing resources in various departments, programs. What this legislation really allowed us to do is hire a coordinated staff member to assist with the cross-campus coordination of these services. The Basic Needs Centers really serve as a one-stop shop location for our students to get that one-on-one access to be able to get connected to various services. Currently, we have 2 staff members, so myself serving as a manager for basic needs, as well as our outreach specialists who provide support for our College Core program on campus. So initially, we did not have a lot of data that really provided a picture of what the needs are on campus. I think we've all, as serving students, we kind of have a good understanding of what students need. We really utilized the Hope Center 2021 Basic Needs Survey to really help us inform some of the services that we should be providing. I do want to just highlight a couple things from the 2021 survey. It indicated that participants who were at 2-year institutions, 3 out of 5 of them were stating that they were experiencing food basic need insecurity. 39% stated being affected by food insecurity, 48% affected by housing insecurity, and 14% stating that they were affected by homelessness. From the visits that we have at the pantry, this data really did resonate with a lot of the students that were coming into our pantry. Since the launch of the centers, we've had the opportunity in the spring of 2023 to participate in the Real College California survey. We just got the information, but some of the information that we received, let me backtrack. We emailed the students on campus currently enrolled in that spring term. We had about 1,100 students who opened the email. 80% of those students completed the actual survey. So some of the things that it's been really insightful to start kind of looking at that data. Some of the striking things that came up that I've already kind of seen, students who participated in the survey stated that in the last 12 months, about 67% of those survey participants stated the inability to pay or underpaid rent or mortgage. About 68% of those participants stated not being able to pay a utility bill. 76% stated having to move in or living in a household over capacity. So maybe there's 2 or 3 families living in a household. And I think the other data that was kind of striking for me is 17.2% of those respondents stated that they experienced homelessness in the last 12 months. So we'll be using this information. Like I said, we just got the data, and so we'll be working with our institutional research department and other departments to really try to understand a little bit better what the needs are for our students. In the fall of 22, we did launch the basic needs intake form. So this is accessible through one click from our main webpage. Students are able to this is a way for students to reach out to our center. They can indicate what type of resource they're looking for. They may be in need of LGBTQ resources, and so we really try to connect students to both on-campus and off-campus resources using this intake form. These numbers are from the fall term, but since then we've had about 150 requests. I think it's not a surprise that the areas of need continue to be in areas of transportation, on and off campus food, resources, and housing. Partnerships have really been a key in our ability to serve students and connect students. So one of the partnerships that we have is through Find Food Bank. Through that partnership, we're able to host a community health worker or a promotor. So they have dedicated office hours within our pantry location here in Palm Desert. They assist students with completing either housing Section 8 vouchers, CalFresh, utility assistance, a wide range of services. So they are available here at our Palm Desert location. With respect to housing, it's definitely a significant challenge for our students. We see, from the data that we received in the survey, as well as the visits that we get, housing is really a big need. I did want to mention, according to data in 2019 by USC and a local nonprofit, Coachella Valley families, over 50% of CB families are experiencing rent burden, which means that more than a third of their income is going to rent. So it's not surprising that we're seeing that here on campus as well. One of the ways that we're trying to address and support students with housing insecurity is through working with the Continuum of Care, so Riverside County Continuum of Care. We've been referring students to this Home Connect resource where they're provided with caseworker assistance to identify immediate emergency shelter. One of the other areas that we're looking to explore is partnerships with nonprofits that are really kind of the experts in this area to really provide more caseworker assistance. So we're really starting to look at what are some of the opportunities to be able to either provide more rental assistance or utility assistance and ultimately find long-term housing. I think one of the things that we're seeing is that rental assistance programs that were readily available through the pandemic are no longer available, either because the funding has been spent or there's just not, those resources are just not continuing now that we come back from the pandemic. So partnerships will be key in the coming months. For students who are disclosing that they are unhoused, we do offer them the ability to access our on-campus gym facilities. They do have to fill out a form every term, and they do have to be a currently enrolled student. So we work with our public safety as well as athletics to be able to provide this opportunity for those students. They're able to have access to hygiene products through our pantry, and then they do have the ability to access our showers on campus. With respect to transportation, through our partnership as an institution with Sunline, students are still able to use their COD ID to be able to have free access to public transportation. We've also been providing emergency gas cards for students who are experiencing a hardship, so that is available through our pantries. So food insecurity is definitely an area that we've been working a lot around, and I feel like we've made significant progress to expand our services. We used to offer and hold monthly food distributions. We also had our food pantries. We continue to provide food distribution events at our offsite locations, so we are scheduling those throughout the term. We've also expanded the snack pantries across both our main campus and our off-campus locations, so students are able to get up to 2 snacks per day at one of the pantry locations across, the campus. I'm really excited to share about this, but through our partnership with Fine Food Bank, we've been able to open successfully 2 on-campus pantry locations. We at both Palm Desert and Indio. Our hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30. Students only need to have their student ID and be a currently registered student to access our services. Students can get up to a maximum of 15 pounds and can visit once a week either one of our pantry locations. I did want to share a little bit of data that we, were able to collect from our pantry visits in the fall term. We had about 1,100 households that we served in both our Indio and Palm Desert location for a total of 4,400 visits, which was really surprising. In terms of pounds, I was shocked when I saw this number, but we received about 114 pounds of food and non-perishable items at our pantries. For our spring term, we had 1,200 households that were served, 6,200 visits, and we did have a total of 84,000 pounds that we received at both of our locations. Here's a picture of our Palm Desert campus pantry. We opened in September. It's located at South Annex 6. We have food items, non-perishable items. We also have clothing that's been donated that's also available for our students. Our second location, we opened in November. We had the opportunity to host a ribbon cutting ceremony and as well as launch our College Core program. We had Cal Volunteer Chief of Service Officer Josh Friday and other partners join us that day. A lot of visitors that come to our pantry, they love the Indio campus. I think they share that it looks just like a grocery store, right? Maybe even a Sprouts. But I think one of the goals with this is really our ability to destigmatize food insecurity and access on our campus. So I think trying to create that environment is really important for us at both of our sites. Couple more pictures from the Indio campus. Our morning hours are really popular with students at Indio. They love the free coffee and the snacks. So we're very busy in the mornings at Indio. I also want to mention, in the spring term, we launched our Roadrunner Meal Box. So in an effort to address, a challenge with transportation, maybe students can't get to one of our main sites, we pre-package boxes and take them to one of our off-site locations. So students are able to access food off campus or off, either Coachella or Desert Hot Springs, Palm Springs. So we'll be working with our educational center directors to improve and increase more participation in this program. So, the success of our pantries and our efforts to address food insecurity, I feel is really, significantly due to our ability to leverage the College Core grant. So I wanted to share a little bit of what we're doing with College Core. It is an initiative through the Office of the Governor. We're one of 19 community colleges that was awarded this grant. There's 3 goals to it. One, creating civic-minded leaders with the ability to bridge divides, help low-income students complete their degrees in a timely manner and with less debt. And third, address societal challenges to help build more equitable communities in the Coachella Valley. One of the key things about our program that makes it really unique is that we're solely focused on food insecurity, and we have only one community host partner, which is Fine Food Bank. Other institutions have multiple partners, are working on different areas, but we decided to solely focus on food insecurity. We are currently onboarding for our cohort 2. We closed our application June 5th. We're looking to fill 56 fellowship opportunities. 16 of those are for AB 540 students. What's unique, I think, it's the first time that they've allowed undocumented students to participate in this program. So we're really excited to be able to have this opportunity for students. Really, the goal is that they complete 450 hours of service, and in return, they get $10,000 for their successful completion of the program. So the students get to volunteer at one of our on-campus pantries or one of the fine food distribution locations. So this program really has created a lot of opportunities for our students, from, participating in the governor's swearing-in ceremony. In this slide, I just wanted to share our College Corps ambassador, Duan Nunley, took part in a statewide panel. The title was Real Food Fight, Free Food Fridges, and Other Innovations. He got the opportunity to talk about, his experience working in College Corps alongside of Fine Food CEO, as well as Chief of Staff for Nancy Skinner. So it's really creating opportunities for students to build their leadership skills and really highlight some of the work they're doing here in the Coachella Valley. The other picture we got to present at ACA. It's a long title, Association of California Community Colleges, College Administrators Annual Conference, and two of those fellows got to participate in presenting their story alongside of staff as well. College Corps is a regional investment. I think we're really starting to see the great, growth in our students and the impact in our community. And, students, I think it's really helped them understand how food insecurity impacts community college students, and really how it's been impacting our families in the Coachella Valley. So a couple pictures there. Donations, we are accepting donations, so for any non-perishable items, they can contact one of our staff members. Monetary donations, we are working with our COD Foundation for those who are interested. Have my contact information. I just want to end by thanking, I think I want to make sure that I acknowledge that this work is not, solely of two people. It really is the collaboration across departments, staff from our maintenance staff to our leadership. So I do want to thank everyone who collaborates with us to be able to serve and meet student needs. And yeah, I'll open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Are there any questions from the board?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to commend you on what you're doing. Let's face it, there's so many students who are facing so many issues that they can't really accomplish because they're hungry or they don't have a place to stay. I'm absolutely blown away with the two components of the unhoused. That equals 62%, the 48 and the 12. It's just, I'm thinking that perhaps we should look at working with the Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, because very often they can secure grants that are specific. And if we work specifically with each municipality, they may have land that they're willing to donate. And if they have land that they're willing to donate, then we can easily work with them and to build some type of housing specifically for students in various cities across the valley and begin to address that particular issue. On the issue with the partner with the Fine Food Bank, look, we used to have so many different groups doing it, and they finally collaborated. So you're probably working with 10 to 15 groups that used to be separate, now working with the Fine Food Bank. So that collaboration is much bigger than it may appear. I also am a certified promotor. I went through the academy maybe 5 years ago when we were doing work in Coachella and in the city of Palm Springs. And I think if we could have more of them working with you as connectors from the college to various communities, that would be outstanding. And maybe I can be of some assistance with that. I hope so. Anyway, it'd be my goal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Oden. Anybody else want to have any questions? Trustee Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I as well want to commend yourself, Jocelyn, and Lizbeth for the great work that you're doing. When I think of community colleges and what the epitome of what it is that they could be doing for their community, I think it's exactly the good work that you're doing for our constituency. My question, I guess it's more so when you're gathering the data, are you serving for zip code as well when you're intaking to see where the biggest need is and where we may be able to focus on certain things and certain programs or what it is that certain students need in certain areas?
Yes, through the intake form, we did make, one of those changes was adding a zip code. So when we are looking for resources, we want to make sure that, if a student is having transportation issues and they're in Cathedral City, that we're connecting them to the Salvation Army as opposed to, Coachella Valley Rescue Mission. And so we do take that into consideration. I think as we're starting to improve our processes, we'll be able to do that maybe more, use our current systems like our colleague and to be able to pull reports that maybe are more reliable than our intake forms.
Any other trustees? Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you, Ms. Vargas, for the presentation. I really appreciate the work that everyone is doing centered around those areas because as we all know, the majority of our students, don't have the luxury to just go to school. Right? They could be working, and even at that, as we all know, with the way salaries work, it's just not enough. And I know we all know that our housing markets are just out of reach. Now for a lot of people that have been disenfranchised from ever achieving the dream, right, of owning a home. It would be nice if sometime in the future, because obviously our money's all gone now, but that would have been a great project to add somewhere, to be student housing, because I know that's a difficult feat, right? I know with the Housing Coalition, one thing that I learned when I started really diving deep into housing is that you have to have like impeccable credit in order to qualify for the sweat equity homes. And as you know, a lot of our students and their circumstances sometimes they may not even have a credit score. So there's a lot that goes into all of that, and I've had to become very familiar with it, because of a lot of the work that we do. So I just, want to say thank you, and I hope we can continue supporting you and your team as need be. And I haven't been to see these spaces yet, but I definitely am gonna put it on my list of things to do. And just let us know how we can be helpful. Be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Kinman?
Yes, thank you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
And it speaks to the strength of COD. And we all know the barriers, eliminating the barriers are the most important things, and the support systems, and then the students can be successful. Without that, they can't be. Also, there's an organization called HARC that you may be familiar with, and they end up doing a health assessment, a community study. I believe they produce it annually, and it breaks it down by areas of Coachella Valley and a lot of different types of data that's in there. But you already got so many things to do. You don't need us to bring up new things probably, but I didn't know whether you had a chance to collaborate with them any. Okay. All right. Well, this is just very impressive. And thank you.
Yeah, I did want to mention, we haven't partnered with HARC. I am familiar with them. I think one of the things, this year we got the opportunity to participate in the homelessness count that they do annually. They're doing youth in time count, so trying to identify homeless youth. And so I think we try to participate. I think it'll help improve more accurately to know how many of our youth in transition are actually homeless in our county. Yeah, but data is very important.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
If I,
Ms. Zarko?
As a student myself, using the pantry and such, I noticed that it's a great access for, all the students on campus. I actually just got into College Corps. I'm in the second cohort. So seeing these opportunities available for me and other students like me that might need these basic needs is just great to have. So I just want to say thank you for that.
yes, could you tell me just a little bit about the Real College Survey?
Yes, so it is a survey through, and I'm sorry, I don't have the specific name, but it's a survey that's conducted statewide. So as part of we're part of the Community College League of Community College, something like the name. But we participate in the survey statewide. So they, had a series of questions looking at gender, race, basic demographics. But then it asked an extensive list of questions trying to understand, where students, basically students are having to decide, do I pay, the lights or pay food? Do I pay my rent? So really trying to understand what are those specific areas of need. Like I mentioned, I haven't had necessarily the time to go deep dive in the research, but we're hoping to do that. But it was an extensive survey that had many questions.
Because I was thinking, Desert Healthcare District also works with HARC. So the questions that you may have specifically that address student concerns or issues can be incorporated, because we've worked with them over the years and made lots of changes and adaptations to their document their survey document.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything else? I'd like to again thank you very, very much. This is so critical for all of our students in the whole valley. And it's something that we've been asking over and over again over the years, what can we do to help the students? What can we do to help? And we've brought up many things that we'd like to see done. And you're doing such wonderful work. I know you're probably overwhelmed. And if there's any way that the board can assist you or any needs that you have, please don't hesitate to come back to the board and let us know.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And this brings us to the public comment 23.01, because we've already had 22.02, the 2023-2024 tentative budget presentation. So public comments 23.01. This is requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. Armando, do we have any public comments?
We do, Chair Stefan. We have one individual on Zoom wishing to speak, and that is Sarah Rodriguez. And Sarah, you should be able to unmute yourself here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I would very humbly like to request 2 additional minutes to my speaking time. Is that all right?
Is there any objection from the board? That would allow her 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Any objection?
Okay, so I'm Sarah Rodriguez. I am an employee of College of the Desert, and I wanted to address some of the public comments that have been made this year during board meetings. Earlier this year, a member of the public asked why we would want to invest in a city like that when referring to Coachella's Chelsea renovation. A city like that. I will not speculate on the biases and prejudices of people in the Valley that they hold against my hometown. I will simply say that nearly 13% of our students live in Coachella. They are enough of a reason to invest. Last meeting, a counselor at College of the Desert asserted that the person who they had heard was suggested, not chosen, for the interim president superintendent position would only be chosen based on their ethnicity. This is a very bold statement to make when Latinos continue to be underrepresented in all employment levels in academia, including leadership. What message does it send to our students at an HSI to have a member of our faculty say something like that? We cannot tout a commitment to DEIA without countering those sentiments, which simply are not rooted in reality or the experiences of our students, staff, and faculty of color. Study after study show that Black, Indigenous people of color are denied positions because of racial bias, not gifted them. Lastly, today's public comment included some information that seemed cherry-picked. When comparing the number of students served by satellite campuses, the commenter used Coachella's enrollment alone against that of Cathedral Cities or Desert Hot Springs. This is not fair comparison as it groups enrollment of two cities compared to one. They then said that a trip from DHS to Palm Desert campus would be 44 minutes one way by bus, whereas it only takes students coming from Coachella 16 minutes to get to the Indio campus. I decided to use my childhood home address in Coachella to check this and found that a bus trip from my home to the Indio campus would take about 40 minutes. Furthermore, the choice of DHS to Palm Desert was a disingenuous comparison, since Mecca is further out and would take students from Mecca over an hour to get to the Indio campus. The commenter also very conveniently left out that a trip from DHS to the site of the future Palm Spring campus would be 45 minutes by bus. This was all said in defense of the new Palm Springs campus, which is the most expensive satellite campus yet. Trustee Gonzalez was criticized by this commenter for asking questions about the budget, and as a constituent of Trustee Gonzalez, I appreciate her concern. It is prudent to be productively critical of the budget for this project when it has siphoned bond funds from other locations and has a budget of over $400 million. Though I recognize Palm Springs was promised a campus years ago, and I think that they should definitely have a big, beautiful campus, the distribution of the bond funds has not been equitable, as Trustee Perez mentioned earlier today. Why are so many members of the public upset that we are investing in Indio, which is home to 20% of our students, and the funding pales in comparison to that of Palm Springs? Why does Mecca have to fight to exist? I will summarize what I'm hearing. Firstly, our college should physically meet our students where they are. We should continue to invest in the expansion or development of study centers and satellite campuses where our students live to reduce transportation burden and save them time in their already busy schedules. DHS has 10% of our total student enrollment. These students should have access to a beautiful, well-staffed campus to support their needs and offer the resources and technology they require to be successful. The same is true for Cathedral City, La Quinta, Coachella, Mecca. Secondly, public transportation in our valley is severely lacking. We should invest in transportation from our satellite campuses to Palm Desert. Palm Desert has the most courses and resources for our students. No satellite campus will be able to compete with that. If we care about lessening transportation, cost, and time burdens, please consider buses or shuttles from our areas of service to Palm Desert. As a student at Cal State San Bernardino, I took the Coyote Cruiser from Palm Desert campus to the main campus in San Bernardino. The road owners should have something similar. Finally, in light of the enrollment headcount by zip code presented at the last regular meeting, it is imperative that we continue to invest in the East Valley. Nearly half of our students are from the East Valley. As a proud alumna of College of the Desert, I took classes at the East Valley campus, which, and I'm dating myself, was located at the Workforce Development Center and Coachella Valley High School at the time. I am now a full-time classified employee and an adjunct here. I am a product of the investment in the East Valley. I close with this. Please continue to make choices based on data, good data that is not curated to support an already established opinion. All of our students deserve access to quality education. College of the Desert needs to focus on them and not the special interest groups in the Valley. Thank you all so much for your time, and happy Pride.
Thank you very much. And are there any other comments?
That was the only individual.
That was the only one. Okay, at this time, we'll go into future agenda items. Future agenda items. Student trustees, Zarko, this is a time when you get to add something to the agenda, something you'd like to see in the future, and then we try to schedule it in. Okay, so
As of right now, nothing.
nothing. Okay, but I'm sure you'll think of something by next time, huh? Okay, thank you. And trustee Oden.
Yes, I think I'd like for us to set up either an agency-to-agency board meeting between us and Sunline and/or a subcommittee between the board members and Sunline to discuss transportation issues throughout the Coachella Valley for our students.
Okay, anything else? Hey, trustee Kinnaman
Nothing at this time, thank you.
and trustee Perez. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you for that, trustee Oden. I was thinking the same thing. We had the same wavelength. I do want to, I know I've already mentioned this a million times, but here's 1,000,001. I want to make sure that from now on, every bond project that we have, that the budget presentation have a specific allocation of funding to the projects. So again, that's fine. I mean, the majority of the board has voted how they voted, but I still want us to be transparent and clear and show where that money is all being moved from, taken from, whatever you want to call it. And even though, I don't know what the gentleman's name is, but he mentioned that normally they don't present the design or anything to the board, and I know the resolution was, done that way purposely, but I would like to see a presentation of the schematic design.
Is this for Palm Springs?
Yes. I still would like to see one presented here to the board.
Special presentation for
Mhm.
Yes.
Madam Chair, and I would also like a report back to the board based upon trustee Gonzalez's request on the board, the bonding update.
So, you want to see, what specifically, can you spell that out for me? Because I don't think I understood what you were requesting.
Well, it appears that that the request was already made for the update. And President Garcia gave us the explanation why it was delayed. But can we expect a report by the next board meeting?
Okay. And that was on where the funding came from?
And it should be ongoing because.
Is that funding sources? Is
Yeah,
that
it
what?
should be ongoing. Update.
Yes.
Can these reports reflect the value of money? Because we know that the value of money goes down over time. And when people make statements about investments in different places, the value of the money was worth a lot more then. And that way we can compare apples to apples much better.
All I want to know is what tree the apple's being picked from, if you want to use that analogy.
Okay. I think I got it. Is there anything else?
That's all for now, but I'll have more.
Okay. At this time, we're going to recess to close session. Let's try to get in there in the next 15 minutes. Does somebody have a phone out and can give me the time it will be in 15 minutes?
Chair Stefan, that would be 3:38.
3:38. Okay, let's try to be in there at 3:38 so we can get started then. Okay. And the live feed of this meeting will continue. And so board members and President Garcia, I ask that you please join closed session at 3:38. Thank you.
record